Good morning. We are tantalisingly close to completing the lineup for this year's Betfred World Snooker Championship. There are 8 places left in tomorrow's live draw at 11 o'clock. 16 players are about to put heart, body and soul on the line in a bid to finish their season in style at the Crucible. It's all to play for here at the English Institute of Sport, so welcome to Judgement Day Part 2 in Sheffield. The clock is ticking, the countdown is on, but there is some seriously big snooker to be played before everybody can think about walking through that iconic venue, maybe for the first time, in some cases perhaps for the 19th time. Stephen Maguire making it through yesterday. We have 8 fantastic matches, and once again I'm delighted to be joined by Ken Doherty. Ken, it was fantastic yesterday, and we got away without having a decider, and surely we're due one today.
Yeah, well, you'd expect them. You know, I was expecting a couple yesterday, but it didn't happen. But we did get a dramatic finish with Ashley Hugel doubling the black to get into his very first Crucible appearance, and he'll be very, very excited about that. Yeah, some great matches as well, high quality. Tep Choi and Matt Selt. Tep Choi with a 145 and 3 other centuries to boot as well. Matt Selt, you know, played very, very well. That was a great match. Jordan Brown, Michael White as well. That was a wonderful story. Michael White getting through. And yeah, I think more of the same today. We have some cracking matches today. Ali Carter, Matthew Stevens going to be a cracker. Dave Gilbert, Anthony Hamilton and Hussein Buffet from Iran trying to get to the Crucible for the first time as well. That's going to be a cracking match. Yes,
Hussein is on table 1. The World Snooker Tour did a brilliant interview with him in the lead up to this match, and he has said, I am born to make history. I will give my last drop of blood to make it to the Crucible. That would be a fantastic story, not just for him and his family, but for Iranian snooker and for snooker globally.
Absolutely, yeah. I think he's done wonderfully well. You know, he's had his challenges over the years with travel and visa problems, but the shootout and how he won that, and I think everybody was so pleased, even all the lads on the tour. Even Mark Williams in the final was pleased for him as well. Now, he's a great personality. He's a good lad. He works hard, and he's playing top quality snooker as well. So it'll be a tough match for him against Lee Pai Fan, but he is a favourite, of course, to get through, and it would be a marvellous occasion for him.
And another player who secured a memorable victory this season, I mean, one of the most memorable at the age of 46, winning his maiden ranking title, Rob Milkins. Yes, he had his issues in Turkey and then went and won Gibraltar. He's been to the Crucible before. He's beaten Neil Robertson there twice before, but this match against Noppon Siankam will be mouthwatering.
Yes, I think that's going to be a very, very close match. And, you know, Noppon has been playing very consistently over the last few years. I see him practicing up at Ding Junhui's every day, and he's knocking in centuries and 147s for fun. I think that's going to be, I think the betting is like both players are like 10 to 11, even money each at 2. So the bookies can't separate them, and I don't think we will be able to either. I think that could be a potential 10-9.
And what about Graham Dott and Jamie Clark? Because Jamie let out the most extraordinary roar earlier this week. He kind he mirrored his run from 2 years ago, where he needed wins to stay on tour, and I think it went down to the final pink in the decider. And he'll fancy the job, but so too will Graham Dott, who's got his hands, or one hand, on £10,000 for a maximum break.
And possibly 25 if nobody beats that at the Crucible, or even equals it here, or equals it at the Crucible. Yeah, I mean, that's going to be another cracking match. Jamie Clark, you know, he loves this tournament. He qualified, and he's back at Judgement Day again, but he's up against a fellow with bags of experience and a man who has picked up this trophy. I think he's the only man in the draw today who has actually won this trophy. So he's going to be tough to beat.
Yeah, we've got some fantastic matches. Ken, limber up, stretch the hamstrings. I know you've had the mango this morning. We've got grapes in the commentary box. Ken will head in. I will join him shortly. If you missed yesterday, here's a quick clarification as to the 8 players who've already secured their passage through to tomorrow's draw, which, by the way, will be live at 11 o'clock. Scott Donaldson, excellent victory for him. Liu Heo Chan is also there. They both had very, very comprehensive wins over Dominic Dale and Alan Taylor. Jamie Jones, a fabulous win for him over Tom Ford. I think it was 10-5 in the end. Tepchaya Unnu coming through that high-quality encounter against Matt Selt. 4 centuries, finished in style. Stephen Maguire made it through to a 19th consecutive Crucible appearance. Michael White was in tears after his victory over Jordan Brown, just managing to avoid being dragged into a decider. Ding Junhui came from 7-4 down against David Lilley, and Ashley Hugill with the most immense double to quell his nerves and achieve the dream of a Crucible debut. So those 8 are already safe, and no doubt they're having a lie-in this morning. Here are the matches. Liam Highfield. Oh, no, we will get to the matches. Here we go. There's the right graphic. Hossein Vafai against Lee Pei Fan. Lee Pei Fan played very, very well in his second match against Stuart Carrington. Yes, Hossein will be the favourite for that one, and everybody would love him to win, but watch out for the teenager from China. He's a very, very good player. Dave Gilbert and Anthony Hamilton. Hamilton qualified, but then pulled out as a result of COVID, and that would have been his first appearance for quite some time, so he feels like he's got some unfinished business. Dave Gilbert says if he makes it through, he'll be one of the names the top seeds want to avoid. One of the matches of the day, Ali Carter against Matthew Stevens. Matthew, twice a finalist. Ali Carter, twice a finalist. Matthew bidding for an 18th Crucible. Ali Carter bidding for a 19th. Nopon Siankam against Rob Milkins. We've already touched on that one. What a win in Gibraltar for the Milkman. Absolutely superb. Jimmy Robertson's had a good season. Made the semis at the Players' Champ, losing out to Neil Robertson, but it was a fantastic run to the last 4. Up against Chris Wakelin, who's got a good track record when it comes to Judgment Day. Graham Dott, the former champion, the only champion playing today, up against Jamie Clark. Clark will be looking to replicate a great run from a couple of years ago. Liam Highfield and Yuan Shi-yun. Well, Highfield has also got a good record when it comes to Judgment Day, and he's come through a tense decider against James Cahill. David Amazing Grace against Jackson Page. David's been to the Crucible before. Jackson hasn't, but he had a fantastic win over Joe Perry, who was buoyant and resurgent after winning the Welsh Open a couple of months ago. So Action Jackson against David Amazing Grace. Over the next few hours, we'll be making use of the Octo Split, this 8-way screen with some great matches. It is going to be top quality every single step of the way. We'll be on air until I think 3 or 3:30 this afternoon if play is still going. So Ken, it's over to you. I will hot-foot it in there and join you shortly.
Yes, thanks Rob. Yeah, there we see the Octo Split, all 8 tables live and exclusively here on Judgment Day, the Betfred World Championship qualifiers. Let's head over to table 1. You spoke about Hossein Vafai. He's playing Lee Pei Fan, and Lee Pei Fan has just potted a red with the rest, but Hossein Vafai has a 45-point lead. Started off with a break of 46. Well, yeah, very interesting match this. Played very well in his previous qualifying match to get here to Judgment Day, Lee Pei Fan. I think the pink will pot. I think maybe having a look at the black as well. But it's a big day, isn't it, for both of them, and particularly on table 1 as well.
Massive occasion for Hossein Vafai. He's missed out on Judgment Day twice before, lost to Tom Ford in 2017, 10-8, and then Stephen Maguire, 10-7 in 2018. He feels this is his year. Beat Simon Lichtenberg 6-0. By the way, Nopon Siankam has already racked up a half-century, and David Grace on table 8 is on a break of 27 in the opener against Jackson Page. But big occasion this for the 18-year-old Lee Pei Fan. You mentioned about how well he's played so far, Ken. He's beaten Sean Maddox 6-0, Stuart Carrington 6-3, and Alexander Ersenbacher 6-3. Came onto the tour through Q School, bidding to make what would be a magnificent, memorable debut. So we will have at least 2 debutants. Ashley Hugill won the battle of the potential first-timers against Joe O'Connor late last night. And Hossein Vafai and Lee Pei Fan are both bidding to make it for the first time. Yuan Shi-yun is a potential debutant, as is Jackson Page up against David Grace. Sankam, by the way, now on a break of 69, so he's very close to securing the opening frame against the Milkman, the reigning Gibraltar Open champion.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to that match, I must say. I think Nopon has been playing really well, and of course Robert Milkins will be buoyed by that wonderful win in Gibraltar. So he'll be full of confidence. I think it's gonna be quick as well. I don't think they're gonna be hanging around too much. Milkins, one of the fastest players on the circuit. Great to watch as well. But first frame looks like it's gonna go to Nopon here. Nice break to start off with. That was a really good shot. Actually, he needs that cue ball to travel. Has he gone too close to the black with the cue ball? Is he on this red into the right corner pocket? I don't think so. He's been unlucky there. That's the end of the break for Lee Pai Fan.
And by the way, if you want uninterrupted coverage of tables 1 to 4, you can pick that up on Discovery Plus or the Eurosport Player. Dave Hendon and the rest of the gang doing a fine job. And also a quick point of order: if you've been inspired by what you've seen at qualifying at the English Institute of Sport and you feel like dusting off the queue, the entry deadline for this year's Q School is midday today. All the details are on the World Snooker Tour website. Lee Pai Fan qualified through Q School last year and finds himself one match away from a Crucible debut. So if you're itching to pick up the queue again and have a go, you have less than, what is it, around about, you've got 49 minutes left to enter. All the details on the World Snooker Tour website.
Let's head over to table 4, Rob, where Nopon is about to make a century. .99, so this red for a century in the first frame. Not a bad start. Just exactly what you would have wanted, you know, coming into this Judgment Day qualifier. As I said, he's been knocking in the centuries and 147 for fun up in the Ding Junhui Academy. Such an avid practicer.
Great start by the 29-year-old. Beat Dan Wells 6-3 and had a break of 111 in that one. I think this is one of the matches of the round. If the Milkman can recreate what he did to win the Gibraltar Open, beat Mark Allen, Liu Heo Chan, Kyron Wilson in the final 4-2. Ken, I think that was one of the most extraordinary wins in recent years. I would put that alongside Mark King winning Northern Ireland a few years ago and Anthony Hamilton winning in Berlin after flying his parents out, saying it's going to be the last time he'd ever play a professional match, and he won the title. It was a phenomenal win. The Milkman has hardly done anything all season. He had his difficulties, you know, when he had a few libations and was, you know, almost sent home from Turkey, and he owned up about that, and there were reasons for that. His sister passed away, so he's been through some really, really tough times away from the table. But that win almost literally came out of nowhere.
Yeah, and it was absolutely fantastic. I mean, I think we've had quite a sort of glorious sort of year for new winners, you know, with Hussein Vafai, Robert Milkins, Zheng, of course, Zhengji, isn't it? Fang Zhengji. And of course, even, I know Joe Perry, he'd won before in the Players, but it was such a long time ago. For him to beat Judd Trump was a fantastic result as well. So yeah, I think we've had a really good season of extraordinary performances.
And what about this guy? The Sheriff, flourishing into his 50s, Anthony Hamilton.
Yeah, and he's still got, I tell you what, his cue action. Okay, there's a lot of sort of
21
waggles on it, but I tell you what, it's still as good as ever. I mean, I played him this season, and you know, he beat me 5-3, I think it was, to qualify for Turkey, but played, you know, so well. Looked very, very strong, very confident. And you know, I've known him for over 30 years, Anthony Hamilton, from playing in the Pro-Ams when I first came over to the UK back in 1988, and he was playing in the Pro-Ams around then. And his cue action hasn't changed much at all.
When you speak to people about Anthony, Ken, especially people of our age and your vintage, everyone says they weren't actually surprised in some ways that he won in Germany, because loads of people of our era talk about the fact that he is one of the most talented players they've ever practiced with.
Yeah, I'm just, I think the surprise is why he hasn't won a lot more, like, you know, over the years. I mean, that's the baffling thing, because there's no doubt he's good enough. You know, he's got a good temperament, good cue action, he scores very well, and yeah, just for me, I don't know why he didn't win more. But yeah, delighted to see him win out in Germany. It was a wonderful tournament for him in front of a big crowd at the Tempodrome. Was, yeah, a marvellous occasion.
Just watching David Grace over out the corner of my eye on table 8. He has started with a century against Action Jackson Page, who's still only 20. I couldn't believe that when I did his notes. I remember him playing at the Welsh Open with a beard when he was 15. So good start from David Grace, beginning with a century, as has Noppon Siankam.
Yeah, Ali Carter started well as well on table 3. Looks like he's going to win the first frame. He's well ahead. So first blood to Ali Carter. He's on a nice 61 break, just potting the black now, up for the colours.
Well, Anthony breaking down there. Dave Gilbert bidding for an 8th Crucible campaign.
Well, this will be an interesting run, Rob. He might not take the one over the hole, but maybe take the one on the left, just off the left cushion, because it's a big pocket. It doesn't look like he can miss it, and he'll be nicely on the green or pink as well. He doesn't want to hit this too hard. He wants to keep the red near the pocket. Well, just as I say that, he does hit it hard, but it's gone up to the other pocket, so he's okay. So important to get off to a good start. I know they're best of 19 matches, but you know, just to get your hand on the table, to get your first frame on the board, just to settle you down. I mean, we saw a couple of matches yesterday where players got off to a really good start and their opponents really struggled because they couldn't get that first frame on the board. Now, you know, that's you just want an easy chance and get your hand going, get your arm going, and get that first frame on the board and settle down into this match.
David Grace's break, by the way, on table 8 was a 1-3-3. So we've had a 1-1-6 from Noppon Siankam for his opener on table 4, and we've had a 1-3-3 from David Grace. And Ali Carter has indeed taken the first against Matthew Stevens. Siankam is in again already at the start of the second, so it's been a very quick 10 minutes or so for him against Rob Milkins. But
oh, that's a poor shot from Dave Gilbert. That was the shot to win the frame. You can see the disappointment. It was a big target, that red.
Tapped the table in frustration. He's had a strange season, Ken, because he finally won a ranking title, Championship League at the start of the season. Everyone over the moon for him with that after missing out on, what, 4 ranking finals. But he's had a solid, you know, kind of few months. Quarterfinals in Northern Ireland, quarterfinals in Scotland, quarterfinals in the European Masters, but not beyond the last 8 since.
Yeah, I think he'd be disappointed with his season. I think he sort of disappointed with his time since that semi-final, that epic semi-final in the World Championship where he really should have beat John Higgins. You know, I know John Higgins came back really strongly against him, but you know, that match was there to be won for Dave Gilbert, and he sort of and I think that affected him slightly, you know, affected his confidence. But he's a quality player, I must say, absolutely quality. And I think if he does qualify and get through this match, which I think will be a tough match and a close one, I think he's right. I don't think any of the top 16 would like to get him in the first round.
He really struggled with lockdown as well, because he's a very sociable, gregarious person. Noppon Siankam up to 31 with his second break after that 1-1-6 in the first. He's a real upbeat personality, Dave, and I think being stuck at home was particularly difficult for his type of personality. And he then ran out of events in China with which to try and defend a whole load of points, and that's why he sort of tumbled down the rankings. But it's good to see him knocking on the door of the top 16 once again. And I agree with you. When you think back to that semi-final, he led 10-6 and 14-11.
Yeah.
He should have made it through, and it was only the dogged determination of John Higgins that dragged him over the line and into that showdown.
I think it was the experience as well. You know, the fact that John Higgins had been there so many times, and Dave Gilbert was vying for his first final. But yeah, I think he let it sort of affect him. And listen, these things can affect you, you know, because it only comes around once a year, the World Championship. It's the big one that you want to win, and he had a great chance. And you know, when you let a lead slip like that, it does affect you. There's no doubt about it, and it certainly affected him. But he'll be back if you're good enough and you're strong-minded. He has the game to come back. There's no doubt about that. Black, virtually for the first frame here. Oh, look at the way he's played that. There's a bit of pressure now. Instead of just stroking the black in, he's tried to hit it too hard. And, well, I'm not saying it's going to cost them the frame, but potentially could do.
Let's stay with this just for now and just to see what happens. Siancam's up to a break of 45. Jackson Page is at the table on an early break, having seen his opponent David Grace settle very quickly with that wonderful 1-3-3. Fafai and Lee Pei Fan is coming down to the colours, so we might dip over there as well. But I think we should stay with this. A little wry smile on the face of Anthony Hamilton. Been there, done it, bought the T-shirt.
Yeah. Well, he's having a right smile to himself, but he was, in all fairness, he was playing for the green into this bottom right corner pocket. He just overhit it. Okay, he could have got a better kiss than that, but you can't be expecting luck. Nervy start from both players in this match.
Okay, here's a question for you, Ken.
Yeah.
This is I don't know which way I fall on this one. Statistically, when I was going through Anthony's facts and figures this morning, he's actually bidding to physically appear at the Crucible for the 13th time, but he's trying to qualify for the 14th time. Should we count the year that he qualified and then withdrew because of his COVID fears when Kyron Wilson got the walkover in the last 32? What do we...
No, you have to definitely put him down because he did qualify. Oh, this could go in off. Yeah, he did qualify.
Okay.
Even though he didn't play there, but he certainly qualified. But yeah, I mean, whatever way you think about his decision, that's up to you. But I think it was the wrong decision myself, you know. But he made it. He stuck with it. So he thought it was the right decision.
Okay, in which case I agree with you. So he is attempting to qualify for the Crucible for the 14th time, but it would actually be his first appearance, I think, since 2008, because he didn't actually go through with arriving for the first round. So it's a big opportunity this for Anthony. He wouldn't have made that decision lightly, but a long, long way to go.
I had an epic second round match with him at the Crucible. He beat me 13-12, and we were taken off at 12-11. Unfortunately, I was 12-11 up, and came back for the evening session, and he beat me 13-12. Yeah.
What year was that? Because he made the quarters in 2000, 2002, 2004, and 2007. Can you remember the year?
So it's probably, I would say it might be either 2004 or 2007. We'll have to get on the old almanac.
I'll quickly check that on. I'll have a quick look on Q Tracker.
Did beat the qualified though here one year and 9, which was an epic match. Yeah, we've had some good matches over the years, Anthony and I. He's made a bit of a mistake there. He's left an easy green for Dave Gilbert into the middle. 19 ahead, so he wants green and brown to make sure. Lovely shot.
That qualifier you were talking about was 2012. Wow, that was 10 years ago. He came back from 5-2 down to force a decider. I mean, he's just the kind of guy that never gives up, isn't he?
Okay, so this is Brown, is to make sure of the frame. Yeah, good shot. Well played, Dave Gilbert. So, let's see, where can we go now? Maybe over to table 7.
Liam Highfield against Yuan Shuiyan.
Yeah, we haven't seen Liam Highfield yet, but nice little shot there with the rest. And look at the way the reds are spread here. He's won the first frame, Liam Highfield. He's back in, not on a 90 break in the second frame. Already making a century in the first. He could make another century in the second on table 4.
The 13-12 against Hamilton, by the way, was the year 2000.
Was it really?
22 years ago.
22 years ago. I think I was only 10 at the time. I wish.
What a start by Nopon Siankam on table 4. Li Pei Fan has taken a tense first frame against Hossein Vafai. And we'll just see a little bit of Liam Highfield here, and then we might dip over to check out Jimmy Robertson against Chris Wakelin on table 5. Chris Wakelin is at the table, just the colours remaining.
Ali Carter is in again on table 3 against Matthew Stevens.
Good player, Jimmy Robertson. Won the European Masters in 2018, beating Joe Perry 9-6, and I think perhaps surprised a few people. And he's had a really good season. A couple of decent runs, not just the Players' Championship, but also quarterfinals of the World Grand Prix. So he beat Luca and John Higgins, and then succumbed to Neil Robertson on the Saturday night on ITV 6-1.
Yeah, he's been playing well this year, Jimmy Robertson. He's 37 ahead with just 25 on. So let's leave that one. Let's go over to table 3, Ali Carter, and have a look at him against Matthew Stevens.
20.
I do like watching both of these players play. Ali Carter, as you mentioned, twice a finalist at the World Championship, made the 147 at the World Championship as well, only for it to be equalled, which he wasn't pleased about, of course.
By the man who beat him in the final.
Yeah, exactly.
Brutal.
Yeah. But I mean, quality player, Ali Carter, as indeed Matthew Stevens. I mean, he's been in 2 finals there, and I think a couple of semi-finals as well.
Oh, Matthew's record is incredible at the Crucible. So he's been runner-up twice, 2000 and 2005, and 4 times in the semis, 2001, 2002, 2004, and 2012. Incredible record, six times at the single table setup. And strangely, he lost, I think Matthew lost by the same scoreline in both of the finals. 18-16 to Willow in the year 2000, 18-16 to Sean Murphy in 2005. That is tough schooling. Back-to-back centuries for Nopon Siankam, so he's 2-0 up against Rob Milkins, who's barely had a chance to touch a ball.
Remember that final against Murphy, Matthew Stevens, and I think the critical turning point of that match when he played a shot left-handed with, I might have been blue, pink and black left, and he played a shot left-handed. He can play left-handed, but it was such a crucial shot, and he was so confident playing, but he missed it, and it swung the whole match, and that was, I think, in the final session as well. But yeah, he loves playing at the Crucible, and well, these two, it's a tough draw for both of them, really. Ali Carter started off very strong here.
And perhaps a little omen, Ken, when I went over the head-to-heads on Q-Tracker, the last 4 times Ali Carter has played Matthew Stevens, it's gone to a decider. 4 in a row. And Ali has won 2 of those.
I know you're dying for a decider, aren't you, today? You really want a 10-9er.
Well, I mean,
I can tell.
I don't know. It's an occasion.
You keep talking about it. You keep talking about it. It's gonna happen.
It's an occasion of such drama. It almost needs to come down at some stage. One of these 8 tables, one frame, to decide a lifetime of hard work.
Yeah, yeah.
Maybe.
What a way for Ashley Hugel to get through last night with that double on the black.
And you have to feel a bit sorry for Joe O'Connor because he was coming right back into that match.
That's a nice shot from Ali Carter. Now, might play into the pack here. 47 break. Could play just into the pink, left of the pink here. Knock the red left of the bunch towards the left corner pocket. There you go. Don't you want to knock it in though? And he's hit it nicely. Perfect.
He'll take that.
Yeah.
52.
This could be a nice break here from Ali Carter.
Hossein Vafai is in on a break of 25 in the early stages of the second after Lee Pei Fan took the first. That break is now 32. By the way, quick reminder, if you want to enter Q School, the deadline is just 29 minutes away. All the details on the World Snooker Tour website. Jackson Page very close to securing the second frame, having seen David Grace produce that 1-3-3 in the opener.
Graham Dott and Jamie Clark involved in an epic on table 6. Only 5 points separating them. Green, brown, blue, pink and black just left. Liam Highfield on a break of 92. He's going to secure the second frame.
60.
Dave Gilbert's on a break of 23, having taken the first against the Sheriff. Hossein Vafai's break of 32 has come to an end.
Let's just see if Ali Carter makes a century here, and then we can move off.
Well, maybe, Ken, if they're still playing over the last 4 colours, maybe we'll quickly nip over to table 6 for Dott against Clark.
I think that's a good choice because Ali's just made sure of that red and made sure of the frame. So unless this pink goes in, it's going to be end the break. Yeah, end the break.
Well, good stuff from Ali Carter. A very good start to this match. Let's head over to table 6. Brown, blue, pink and black remaining on the table. Graham Dott leads the head-to-heads between these two, 2-0, including the second round meeting at the Welsh Open this year, as Jamie Clark lost 4-1. But Jamie Clark is a proven big stage performer who absolutely loves the Crucible. What a memorable run 2 years ago, beating Mark Allen 10-8, and then had that extraordinary match against Anthony McGill. Ended up losing 13-12, having led at one stage 8-2. They had that little square off. If you want to dance, let's dance, Jamie Clark wrote on Twitter to Anthony McGill. Anyway, I'm sure they've made up since then, but it certainly made for some interesting headlines and exchanges between the two of them towards the end of that match. Graham Dott's season has turned around a little bit. Semi-finalist of the European Masters, quarter-finalist in Turkey. Beat Pang Jung-Soo 6-1 and produced that maximum. So Ken was quite right at the top of the show. If there are no maximums today, it'll be a guaranteed 10,000 just for Graham. And if there are no maximums at the Crucible, he'll also qualify for the £15,000 high break prize. So that 147 could be worth 24 grand. Now, over on the Rob Milkins table, table 4, this is an important visit for Rob because his opponent has just been relentless so far. A 116 and a 113. This is Rob Milkins' opportunity to reply, or it was, before he just ran out of position.
Yeah, didn't get on that red at the bottom of the pack, so he's had to play a safety shot. I think he's got the cover using the green. Maybe he can just swerve it slightly, but once he hits the top cushion, it's going to check up, which means it's going to slow down. So he could leave it, but yeah, and that was the wrong shot for me. See, once it hits that cushion, when you swerve, it just checks up, which means there's no pace in the cue ball. So how is he going to get it back to the ball? And have a look at the position he's left Robert Milkins in. Nice easy starter.
I sent Rob Milkins a direct message. I don't use social media that much, Ken, but I sent Rob a direct message on Twitter and just said how pleased I was for him. And he said, in replying back to me privately, he was just absolutely blown away by the response that he had from his fellow pros and members of the public. I mean,
I sent him a message myself. Like, I was delighted for him. You know, he's a good guy. I know he had that sort of indiscretion in Turkey. Got a little bit inebriated and a little bit excited, but you know, he apologised. I'm sure he's going to pay his dues, whatever they dish out to him. Oh, nearly missed that, but yeah, I think that it was a marvellous win, wasn't it, for him?
Well, it was absolutely bonkers in terms of the fact that it came out of nowhere. He hadn't won a match since the first round of the UK Championship
in November. Yeah.
Absolutely amazing, amazing. And that was until he won the first. He went from the first round of the UK. He then didn't win a match. He did win his first round match in Turkey, and then led Ding 4-1 after his indiscretion, and then he sort of capitulated, probably feeling guilty or a whole gamut of emotions, and then turns up in Gibraltar. Beats Mark Allen in the decider, Liu Hao-Chan, I think, in the last 16, and Kyron Wilson in the final. And he'd never been in a final before. Always come up short at the semis. But what I've always admired about Rob is his honesty about life. I remember the press conference in 2013, the first of the two times when he beat Neil Robertson at the Crucible. And he was just explaining about, in the press conference, about, look, my life was in the gutter. I was drinking a lot of cider. My wife had left me. My dad had died. And people really warm to that level of honesty.
Yeah.
There's no airs or graces, but also there's no edge. There's no angle. He is what he is. He's trying to earn a good living for his kids, and he's made a few mistakes along the way, but
haven't we all?
Yeah, exactly. What man or woman can hold their hand up and say that they've had a flawless moral card? I think people really respond to Rob's honesty, and he's reminded everyone he's a very good snooker player.
Yeah, totally agree. Very talented. Not so much on that shot, but it's just a little bit awkward there, actually, playing close to the middle pocket. But yeah, no, he's very, very talented and so fast as well. Reminds me a lot of Drago, the way Drago used to play years ago. The way they get down, they sight the ball very quickly and just play the shot. Now here's the shot into the 5 reds. Those 2 reds sort of in a line. They'll be pushing the second red towards this right corner pocket. So if he gets a nice connection, he'll bring them out. And there you go. Perfect. Well played. Beautifully played. That's at least 3 reds out in the open. But he's going to have a bit of work to do. He could go up for pink here, get the pink back on its spot. Wouldn't be a bad idea. Particularly with the black tied up. He's been playing really well, I must say. I've been watching him play every day up in that academy, in Ding's academy. I know it's in practice and stuff like that, but he's been knocking a lot of big breaks in for fun. You know, it's always a good sign.
Easy to forget how well he played in his second appearance at the Crucible. His first came 5 years ago, and he beat Lee Walker 10-8 in the qualifiers, and then was pretty comprehensively beaten by Neil Robertson 10-4 at the Crucible. But then 2 years ago, much better performance, came through the qualies, beating Eden Sharav, then beat Sean Murphy 10-4, and took Mark Selby all the way to a decider in the last 16. So he's certainly proven that he's not overawed should he make it to the Crucible stage.
Sometimes, you know, sometimes the decision making can cost you. And like, he's tried to stay on the blue where he could have easily got up on the pink, got the pink on its spot. Now he's struggling in and out of ball, but he's still. He's not too bad. He's knocked a red over the corner, but he can't win the frame here unless he gets that pink and black out. He can't just win keeping staying on the blue. You've got to try and make it as easy as possible for yourself. You just end up running out of options, you know. And there you go.
Jackson Page has taken the second frame against David Grace, who's now in on a break of 30 at the beginning of the third. Yuan Shi-yun is very close to securing his first frame, trailing Liam Highfield 2-0 over on table 7. Good response by the 21-year-old from China, because Liam did really well to take those first 2 frames.
Anthony Hamilton is in on table 2 against Dave Gilbert. Oh, this is a dangerous shot. Red down the rail, trying to hit it off the black. Wan Si-jun has taken the third frame. It looks like he's on a break of 70 against Liam Highfield. 67 still remaining.
Why don't we nip over and have a look at the 21-year-old? He's on table 7. Oh. Well, you don't always get it right when there are 8 tables. So the break comes to an end. The frame is over. We were a little bit unlucky there. Right.
It was a nice roll-up, though, wasn't it?
Brilliant roll-up. Let's go back to Dave Gilbert and Anthony Hamilton on table 2. Hamilton only 5 points behind. He's on a break of 35. Coming back into this second frame. David Grace's break is now up to 53. So he and Jackson Page playing at a pretty good pace over on table 8.
Anthony Hamilton, top 55.
Anthony Hamilton, one of 2 50-year-olds to make it through to Judgment Day. It was Dominic Dale's turn yesterday, but he came out very definitely second best to Liu Heo Chan. Fairly slow between Jimmy Robertson and Chris Wakelin. They're only at the very beginning of the second frame, and it's just flashed up, unscheduled break. So I hope both players are okay. Could just be a necessary toilet break, but unusual for them to take a break so early in the second frame.
Wow, something has stopped on table 5. They're both sitting in the chair. I can't see the referee, so unless there's a problem with the scoreboard, there's nothing happening on table 5 between Jimmy Robertson and Chris Wakelin. Oh, mistake. He's got away with it, I think.
We'll try and get some information as to what's going on table 5. Let's see how Dave Gilbert gets on with this one, and we'll just take a quick glimpse over there, because we're looking at it at the moment on the corner of our eye in a very small monitor. So it may be that more is revealed when we go full frame. Let's have a quick look at table 5.
The referee is obviously left, unless there's a problem with the scoreboard. You can see the scorer, the referee's little sort of score monitor or score remote there on the table. So the referee's not there. Something's happened.
Brendan Moore off, fixing something. If it was an issue with the crowd,
it might be the scoreboard, I think.
Yeah, hopefully they'll get that fixed as quickly as possible. There's Brendan Moore. I love those new suits, by the way. They are superb.
They look nice, aren't they? David Grace won the third frame. He's gone 2-1 up against Jackson Page. Well, let's go over to table 4. Noppon Sangnam is in against Robert Milkins. It's quite close there, 10 points behind. Here was the pink. And this is a perfect angle on the pink. He's going to swing it around off 3, possibly 4 cushions to get on this red. 1, 2, 3. And here's the 4th cushion. And have a look at this for a shot. Superb. Well played. Couldn't have placed it better with his hand. But these are tricky little shots, these reds down the rail. He's got to play it, well, not with too much pace. Give it a chance to get in. Oh, how could you miss it? It was tricky. He played it with a bit of pace and didn't hit it well. And what a let-off for Robert Milkins.
And this is an important frame for the Milkman to get on the board.
He's staring down with 3-0 down. Now he's got a great chance to just take this frame and go 2-1.
Ali Carter's in again in the early stages of the third. He's on a break of 29. Matthew Stevens struggling to hang on to
I don't think
the captain's coattails.
Matthew Stevens hasn't potted many balls in that match. It's like 2.5 frames in when he hasn't really potted or scored many points. Ali Carter is completely dominating play there early on. This would be a relief, Robert Milkins here.
Yes, he'll want to make sure this is as solid as a rock, finishing off these colours. Just 2 points separate Dave Gilbert and Anthony Hamilton. They're down to the colours only, so we might nip over there when this is finished. Might be a lot tighter than people would have predicted, Hamilton and Dave Gilbert, you know.
Oh yeah, I always thought this was going to be a close match. 2 quality players. Milkins has won this frame. So let's nip over to that table 2, Anthony Hamilton, Dave Gilbert. Crucial shot on the yellow. If it goes in, he should be nicely on the green. Should be a frame winner, this. Oh.
Anthony Hamilton, 11.
He's missed a few frame balls already. That's when he gets to the crunch.
Carter's break has come to an end, by the way, so Matthew Stevens an opportunity at the table. But let's stay with this and see whether Anthony Hamilton can draw level in this intriguing match at the end of the second frame. Jimmy Robertson and Chris Wakelin have indeed resumed, so we can only assume it was something to do with the scoring.
Yeah, or the referee. Maybe he has a stomach bug. No. I'm only joking. Now, what's Dave Gilbert going to do? We could possibly get the cue ball in behind the black, or try and hide the white up behind green and brown. Problem for Dave Gilbert here. If he does get a chance, he's going to need that pink that's safe on the left-hand side cushion. So let's see. Yeah, he tried to take the pink out. Not a bad choice.
Nine minutes left to enter Q School, by the way. All the details on the World Snooker Tour website. Some big names will be at Q School this year, most notably Michael Holt.
Yeah. Martin O'Donnell.
Stuart Carrington.
Fergal O'Brien. Stuart Carrington, yeah.
5-ton Fergal. Let's hope he doesn't get embroiled in another 2-hour, 5-minute frame. One that Dave Gilbert will remember, although not willingly. It will be seared onto the darkest recesses of his subconscious. Well, we've just been given some information that the reason for the delay on table 5 between Jimmy Robertson and Chris Wakelin was a problem with the scoring system. So it's a good job they've got the hugely experienced Brendan Moore. They have moved to a manual scoring system.
Let's clear that up then. Obviously not down to Sheffield Ale. Oh, he's just overrun that cue ball there. That was a big target to get behind brown and green.
Leo Scullion, one of the great referees. Now, did you know this, Ken? I had to stop informing the crowd of this because they started laughing. And maybe you noticed this in all the years that he would have been refereeing your matches. Amongst the referees, they lightly take the mickey out of Leo because he's got a fabulous Scottish lilt, but apparently when he says the number 42,
yeah,
he somehow, for some reason, or the other referees think that he massively exaggerates the way he says it. Yeah. So they all laugh, and you know, if they're marking his table, and a player gets to a break and 42. He has to announce 42, everyone starts laughing. And I mentioned it to the crowd and said, "Oh, watch out if Leo's on a, you know, if Leo's on Leo's table, he has to get to the number 42." And it was getting to the stage where he was unwilling to say it because he was worried that people in the crowd would start laughing to such an extent it would put the players off. So anyway, if you're coming to the Crucible, I probably won't say it in the arena, but watch out for Leo Scullion saying 42.
It's like me saying 33.
Does your son lightly take the mickey out of you for that accent?
Yeah, sometimes. Yeah. Thankfully, he doesn't have the same accent as me. Meanwhile, that was a wonderful shot from Dave Gilbert just to hide the cue ball in behind the black. too light a pace, and I don't think it'll be.
Is Gilbert?
Well, will he put it back? I'm not quite sure. He might take the pot on here. He's not sure whether he has the natural angle up for the cue ball to hold for the green into the green pocket. Yeah, he's going to put it back.
Barring snookers, Ali Carter's moving 3-0 ahead of Matthew Stevens, who's having a torrid time in the early stages of their match. Jackson Page is on a break of 19 in the early stages of the fourth, trailing David Grace 2-1. It's been good quality, that one. And Hossein Fafai, who says he'll give every ounce of blood to make it to the Crucible, well, he's squeezing out a break of 34 at the moment, tied with Lee Pei Fen at 1 frame apiece. That's on table 1. We might nip over and have a look at that one, depending upon what happens here over the next 10 minutes or so. By the way, my co-commentator, champion of the world 25 years ago, has got a superb array of snacks with him today. Seedless grapes and blueberries. There's not a biscuit and 2 packets of mangoes. I've brought 1, so he's just showing off. So some very, very healthy snacks going on in here. Can't beat the blueberries. It's a long day and we are prepared. And the most underrated biscuit, the rich tea. I've got a couple of those under the table. Anyway, Hossein Fafai now up to a half century. And we'll stay with this just to see whether Dave Gilbert can double his advantage, and then we might nip over and have a look at table 1.
Yeah, he's 4 points behind. I was commentating without the microphone in my hand there for a minute, so I was getting carried away. Yeah, so he's still going to need that crucial pink on the side cushion. He's not ideal on the brown. Just to dig into the cue ball here, maybe try and hold it over it for the blue.
Nice.
Yeah, nice shot. Now, I think the only way he might take this pink on is maybe double it into the right centre pocket. So, pot the blue, get the cue ball up past the line of the blue spot. Yeah, anywhere near the blue spot line would be good here. Too hard.
40.
That's too hard. Well, you can only play safe now.
By the way, Hossein Fafai's break came to an end on 59, so the door is still ajar with 6 reds on the table in that match.
Oh, this
with
is
Lee Pei
dangerous.
Fen.
This is dangerous.
Oh.
Oh, I thought he could have played. He could have gone in off there, but it was nicely played. But I don't think he's got the snooker. Now, what does Anthony Hamilton do? Does he go for the pink into the green pocket? The black will be waiting for him. If he pots it, he could play a safety shot. He could try and bring the cue ball back down to where it is at the moment. I think that might be his choice. Get the pink in the middle of the ball cushion. No, he's going to play the up and down. No, he's played it nicely.
Jackson Page has levelled at 2 frames apiece. They are still going, but David Grace requires multiple snookers. Excellent response from the youngster Jackson Page, bidding for his first appearance at the Crucible and riding high from the confidence of beating the recently crowned Welsh Open champion Joe Perry. 6-3 in the penultimate qualifying round. So
they're absolutely flying in
I
that
know.
match, aren't they?
I couldn't believe it. That's
4 frames.
15 minutes a frame.
Yeah.
Hossein Fafai got back in on table 1, so he now leads. He's on a break of 24 with 3 reds remaining. He'll lead 2-1. Carter 3-0 up against Matthew Stevens. Jackson Page still going. Break of 88 now. Let's stay with this.
Oh, he's got the double kiss.
kiss.
Oh, he hasn't left it. He's been lucky. We could play a little snooker here, Dave Gilbert, but he doesn't want to get. It's one of these where you don't want to get too clever with it. Got to try to hide the white behind the black, but get the pink safe. That's the priority here. Yeah. You see, he could have left that pink there nearly on. Look, you could get a. Trying to be getting too clever, and then you leave the pink on with the black virtually over the pocket. I think the pink has just gone far enough where I don't think you can possibly cut this pink in. But certainly, he's going to be faced with a difficult safety shot when he returns to the table, Dave Gilbert.
Jackson Page finished that mid-session with a century. 2 apiece, they're on their break. Fairly slow between Graham Dott and Jamie Clark. Graham just about on frame ball with a lead of almost 30 points. Just the colours remaining. And we'll try and keep you updated on the scores between Jimmy Robertson and Chris Wakelin. Because they have moved on to manual scoring, we're not getting the update on how that match is unfolding here via the octo split. So we'll keep a tabs on that the same way everyone at home will, by logging on to the various websites and hoping for an update.
He's not sure what to do here, Dave Gilbert. For me, he could have a go at sort of chipping the pink towards the bottom right corner pocket. Play with a bit of pace, and if he misses it, it could hit the knuckle and come back into the middle of the top cushion. Well, there's a tap on the table from Anthony Hamilton, but he left the cue ball very short. This is definitely worth having a go at. I don't think he's going to play the pot, but he's certainly definitely value in it. No. Oh, Anthony. Anthony. Why would you not play the pot there? Plenty of value. Even if he misses it, he could leave it safe. Might even snooker him with the black, so chance. I suppose that's what the qualifier is. You know, you do take, or you don't take on shots that you probably normally would in other tournaments. That's a really good shot. Quality shot.
Still just about enough on in frame 2 between Graham Dott and Jamie Clark. But let's stay with this for now. Taken so long to determine this second frame. Just a reminder, Ali Carter 3-0 up on Matthew Stevens. Hossein Vafai now 2-1 up on Lee Pei Fan. They're on table 1. Nopon Sandcam 2-1 up on Rob Milkins. Jackson Page and David Grace at 2 apiece. They're on the mid-sesh.
Pink is well short of the ball cushion, so it's going to leave Anthony Hamilton a free shot here on the pink. Natural angle off 2 cushions, back for the black over the left corner. It's been a long protracted frame this, but could soon come to a close here if he knocks this pink in. Oh, great shot. Excellent shot.
Superb from the Sheriff.
Brilliant.
A marathon frame. Anthony Hamilton using all his guile and expertise from all those years on tour. 1 apiece. Let's go over to Graham Dott against Jamie Clark. Now this has turned into a bit of an epic as well. Desislava Bozilova overseeing this one. So just enough on, but Jamie Clark trying to extricate himself from this snooker.
I'll be certainly happy with the outcome here, although Graham Dott does have a shot on this brown down the rail. Could play the little snooker behind the blue as well. Yeah, he could take this on and try and screw the cue ball just in behind the blue. Should he miss it, he'll have the snooker. Great shot.
One frame apiece between Jimmy Robertson and Chris Wakelin. Remember, we're only giving you the verbal updates because there are no electronic records. They've gone to manual scoring on that one. And Jimmy Robertson having a long discussion with Brendan Moore just at the end of that frame as he heads off for a little bit of a break.
That was a very good escape there from Jamie Clark.
Ali Carter's in again on a break of 33, having already taken the first 3 frames.
Yeah, it looks like he's cueing really nicely, Ali Carter. He's very confident. And this looks pretty good. Excellent shot from Jamie Clark.
Matches of contrasting styles. Well, here we are. 2 men who've yet to finish the second frame, and it won't be long before Jackson Page and David Grace return after their mid-session interval.
Yeah. Wansi Jean and Liam Highfield are off on their mid-session interval as well. 2 apiece on their table. Nopon is in again on table 4 against the Milkman.
Ali Carter's break has moved from 33 to 55. He is closing in on 4-0 before their mid-session interval against Matthew Stevens.
Excellent snooker from Jamie Clark. He needs a snooker. The brown is pretty close to that top left-hand corner pocket, so it shouldn't be a problem to hit. But if you're coming off one cushion, if he does come off this top cushion, then it could be. You come off the side cushion, it's a bigger target, but he's also got to be careful of the in-off. Yes, he's going to come off this top cushion. Play the up and down. May even pot this brown if he does make a connection with it.
Ali Carter's in wonderful form this morning, stroke this afternoon. His break now up to 83, so 4-0. Matthew Stevens has barely potted a ball.
Oh, he's missed this, look. Wow, what a chance for Jamie Clark. He needed a snooker in this frame, and what a frame to get on the board. If he can pot this brown, get nicely on the blue, the balls will be there at his mercy. No, he's played that pretty nicely. Didn't play for the blue into this corner pocket, but he'd be certainly happy with that result. And one good shot in the blue here. Just hold for the pink. Well played. Wow, what a turnaround. Amazing, it can happen so quickly.
We'll head over to table 3 after this, just to see whether Ali Carter can clear the table, having secured the frame. Well, in fact, he's missed the black. So after this, for the steal by a single point.
Yeah.
Brilliant stuff from Jamie Clark. It's been slow, but well worth the wait from the Welshman's perspective.
77-76 in that frame.
Huh. Let's go to table 1, please. Hossein Vafai on a break of 22, leading 2-1. Bidding to make it 3rd time lucky in Judgment Day results. Lost to Tom Ford in 2017, Stephen Maguire in 2018. And he's gone out in the previous round, the last 3 years, to Dan Wells in 2019, Jordan Brown in 2020, and Sam Craigie in 2021.
Doesn't have to split the pack, the black up here. Play on the loose red. Muddy's, well, slightly overcooked it.
34.
Good recovery. Oh, nice kiss on the brown for the pink. And that will help his cause getting the pink back on its spot.
Too long. 42.
So some contrasting scorelines and some very slow and very fast matches. Ali Carter 4-0 up against Matthew Stevens. Dave Gilbert and Anthony Hamilton 1 apiece. Graham Dott and Jamie Clark 1 apiece. Jackson Page and David Grace will resume very shortly for frame 5 after their mid-session interval. And we think the scoring is back up and running again for Jimmy Robertson and Chris Wakelin. What a popular debutant Hossein Vafai would prove to be. He's such a relaxed guy, Ken. I remember at the UK Champs in York, he was halfway through one of his matches, and a bit like you in your hotel room in Wolverhampton, as Stephen Hendry can attest, Hossein was just singing to himself in the corridor. he was wandering up and down as if he didn't have a care in the world. So he's an amazing character, isn't he?
Yeah, he is, yeah. Spent a bit of time in Ireland as well. Lived in Ireland for a couple of years when he came over from Iran. The man from Iran, that's what I call him.
62.
The man from Iran. But I tell you what, he's a wonderful player and he's very talented, and he's playing with bundles of confidence as well. I think he's going to, you know, if he does qualify and beats Lee Paifan, I think he's going to really enjoy playing at the Crucible Theatre Sheffield.
Yeah, I think he will as well. I think he's got the right temperament for it. I'm not sure he'll be overawed because he's had some big wins this season. He's beaten O'Sullivan. Right, so no century to finish, but Hossein Vafai leads 3 frames to 1. Jimmy Robertson's on a break of 27 in the third on table 5.
A surprise result. Ali Carter 4-0 up against Matthew Stevens. Matthew Stevens hasn't really got going at all.
92.
Ali Carter is making all the running there. He's playing really well, making some big breaks along the way.
And it's surprising because Matthew's beaten Gerard Green and Sam Craigie 6-1 in both his matches. Anyway, that was Carter hoping to finish with a century. Didn't manage it, but he's got a 4-0 lead. So, because of the scoring issue, we haven't seen a great deal of Jimmy Robertson and Chris Wakelin. But here we are now. Dave Gilbert, by the way, is ahead and on a break of 44 in the third frame. Graham Dott and Jamie Clark in the very early stages. Remember, their second frame was incredibly slow, as was Hamilton's against Gilbert. Things have slowed down between Nopon Siankam and Rob Milkins on table 4. The Milkman trying to claw his way back into the last frame before their mid-session break.
These shots are never easy. You've gone into the bottom of the pack, but the pink is sort of slightly in the way. And that's why he hasn't gone into the pack at all. He's just, as we say, birdie in the black and then playing the red, so more in mid-distance. Used to practice in my good friend's snooker club up in Nuneaton, the Attack Snooker Club. He's moved from there now, Chris Wakelin. Got himself in the gym, lost a bit of weight, did a little bit of dancing for charity,
Sounded like the audience size for that was huge. When he described that to the World Snooker Tour guys in the press room, it sounded like it was a really big deal. They raised, I think it was over £100,000 for the hospice.
Wow. Fantastic. I could see you doing a bit of that, Rob. Bit of twinkle toes on the dancer floor.
I don't think it would be very. It would be enthusiastic, but I don't think it would be very coordinated. Jackson Page is on a break of 20. The fifth frame has begun between himself and David Grace. Jamie Clark's on a break of 26 on table 6, 1-1 with Graham Dott.
Chris Wakeland's just having a look to see the 2 balls of plant in the pack here. Does he have to go into them? He's got to get himself a longer waistcoat at the back, and anyway, if he does qualify for the Crucible this year. Look at his short. I don't know why players dress like that. You know, you think, well, get an extra little bit on the back of the waistcoat just to make sure. You'd rather be a little bit too long than too short.
Imagine that would feel uncomfortable when you're down on a shot.
It does, yeah, it would do. It's very hard to get a waistcoat off the rack that's going to fit you, particularly for playing snooker, because most of the backs and waistcoats are pretty short and pretty fitted. So you really, when you're buying a waistcoat, you've got to get one sort of tailor-made with an extra long back, so when you are playing a shot that doesn't move the waistcoat, whereas you can see with Chris Wakeland, he had that problem before. I remember he was playing in one tournament and his short kept coming out and the referee kept tapping him on the shoulder, which they were obliged to do. It's like to take your short in. It was happening almost every shot. That's a good shot.
Good break this. He's got an excellent array of shots. And Nopon Siankan was playing on requiring a snooker against Rob Milkins. Just the pink and the black remaining on the table. And pink's been going up and down, in and out of baulk. So Milkins close to making it 2 apiece.
Yeah. And this is the shot for Chris Wakeland. He's playing on 2 reds here. He's playing on the red that's just left of the pack. But if he doesn't get on it nicely, he's also on the red into the left middle. And now he'd like to play a little cannon into those reds and pink and bring them all into play if he can. Does he take the chance to play that shot? Well, he couldn't disturb the 3 reds, but he's still okay. He's in good position.
Dave Gilbert set the early running in the 3rd frame against Anthony Hamilton, but the 50-year-old is coming back at him in that, and there's more than enough on for him to steal that frame, so it's still nip and tuck between Dave Gilbert and Anthony Hamilton on table 2. David Grace now needs a snooker against Jackson Page if he's to take that 5th frame. Page has got one hand on a 3-2 lead.
It's not too good. He might have to play for the red into the right centre here. Gone a little bit too far. He's still on the red, but Want to be a bit straighter on it, so I could just stun for the black of the pink. The angle is a little bit more acute now. $18 points ahead, so I'm going to need the 3 reds and colours to secure this frame.
Rob Milkins and Noppon Sankam are still trading shots on this last pink. 1 snooker required for Noppon. Rob Milkins keeps on knocking it over the pockets slowly and surely, and then Noppon comes round behind the pink with the cue ball and puts it back up the other end of the table. They've been on the same 2 balls for probably at least 10 minutes, I think.
No. As he left it. Oh. Not quite sure. Is that cuttable? Is it that red? It's not straightforward. Is he on the red into the left centre? I don't think so. So I think the red does cut into the green pocket, but not easy. Full length of the table for Jimmy Robertson. Oh, well played. Now, how's the cue ball? No good. He's unlucky there. Could have been so much nicer, but he could play a good telling safety shot here. Half ball off the green, maybe hide that cue ball behind the yellow.
Anthony Hamilton has now drawn level, slowly and surely collating a decent break. Just blue, pink and black left on the table. Be a good steal for him.
Very good shot. Perfect. Bringing the green over the yellow pocket, or close to it anyway, and getting the snooker behind yellow and pink. He's in a bit of trouble here, Chris Wakelin.
Superb pink from Anthony Hamilton, who does indeed take that 3rd frame. What a steal. 2-1 up now. The Sheriff. Why don't we just head over, whilst Chris Wakelin contemplates his move, let's head over to table 4 just to see this extraordinary exchange on the pink and the black. So Rob Milkins has just got the pink as close to the pocket as he could on the previous shot, and they've basically just gone up and down the table. Must be 12 or 13 minutes now. He is desperate to get out and have a cup of tea at 2 apiece, and still we go on. Yuan Si Jun, by the way, is on a break of 42 against Liam Highfield. They've resumed at 2 apiece after the end of their mid-session interval. So this has been going on for a very long time. But Rob Milkins just needs to hold his patience here.
Chris Wakelin's got out of snooker, but he's left Jimmy Robertson a chance now with 2 reds remaining. I'm sure Noppon will concede. Yes, he does. So it's going to go 2-2 there.
So Rob Milkins didn't need to pot the final pink in the end. So just a quick recap on how Anthony Hamilton stole that third frame.
55.
Pink for the frame. And this was an excellent pot. He is determined to make this as difficult as possible for Dave Gilbert. It's a really tight match, this one. Gilbert, of course, the favourite on paper, but Anthony Hamilton hoping to make it back to the Crucible at the age of 50. And pots like this will have helped. This was a moment or two ago. And that was the manner in which he took the third frame and moved 2-1 ahead.
Yeah, let's go back to table 5 and Jimmy Robertson and Chris Wakelin. We saw Jimmy Robertson laying a nice snooker. Chris Wakelin got out of snooker, left Jimmy Robertson a red. And he's put 2 reds and colours now. And he's 10 behind, so he needs yellow, green, brown, blue and the pink.
David Grace, by the way, is coming back at Jackson Page on table 8. Needs all the colours to nick the frame by a single point. Blue, pink and black remaining, but we'll stay with this. Jimmy Robertson against Chris Wakelin.
That was a really good shot with the rest there, Rob. Yellow off the 2 cushions. He said it perfectly. Looks like the scoreboard is stopped again. It should be 42 to 50 in Chris Wakelin's favour, but just up to the pink, and anyway, whatever the score may be. It's quite off-putting actually for the players, so they've done pretty well to keep their concentration if the scoreboard's not working, you know.
David Grace did steal that frame on the black, so he's 3-2 up. And Jackson Page had done some good work in that frame, so that will sting a touch. Ali Carter, by the way, in again. They've come back from the mid-session interval. Matthew Stevens trailing 4-0, and Carter's at the table on a break of 22.
Yeah, just missed the red there, but this is good clearance from Jimmy Robertson. Well played.
Still having a discussion about the scoreboard. Let's go over to Graham Dott against Jamie Clark. Table 6. And David Grace 3-2 up. Ooh. Shake of the head there from Graham Dott. Dave Gilbert on a decent break against Anthony Hamilton after seeing that previous frame go the way of his older opponent. Seven red still on the table, but he's on a break of 52, the World Championship semi-finalist from 2019. Ali Carter's break has come to an end, so maybe there is a glimmer of light for Matthew Stevens, although the cue ball is right up in bulk. Plenty of reds spread around the table. The Welshman needs to find a way to settle, and settle quickly on table 3. Hossein Vafai and Lee Pei Fen have resumed after their mid-session interval. Hossein Vafai, remember, leading 3-1. Desperate to become the first Iranian to walk down those famous steps at the Crucible Theatre. Eight spots remain in tomorrow's live draw, 11 o'clock. Betfred's headquarters over in Salford. Ivan Hershevitz and myself will be driving over the tops from Sheffield. Thank you very much to Paz, glued to the qualifiers, rooting for the Welsh boys. Good performances yesterday for you, through Michael White and Jamie Jones. And yes, lots of people hoping Hossein Vafai makes it. I'm glad you're enjoying the coverage, whether you're at work or having a day off or working from home and doing both. Table 7's getting interesting. Liam Highfield and Juan Si Jun, they're tied on 48 apiece in that fifth frame with just the colours remaining. Hamilton now needs snookers. Good break from Dave Gilbert on table 2. The perfect response to Hamilton nicking the third. So they'll go in barring snookers, with Gilbert restoring parity at 2 apiece. Frame has been excellently taken by Liam Highfield on table 7. We'll stay with this. Nip and tuck between the Welshman Jamie Clark and the Scot Graham Dopp. So Liam Highfield 3-2 up. David Grace 3-2 up on Jackson Page. And still these two trying to finish their third frame. Hossein Vafai now on a break of 41. Gilbert's just produced a century on table 2. Perfect way to respond to Anthony Hamilton's lead and ensure he has a rather more relaxed cup of tea at their mid-session interval. Oh, off the knuckle. So Gilbert and Hamilton 2 apiece, Nopon Siankam and Rob Milkins 2 apiece. So average of over half an hour a frame between these two. Now comes the opportunity for Jamie Clark. Graham Dopp got himself out of the snooker, but he's lifted the red away from the cushion. Can Jamie Clark capitalise? Matthew Stevens in front in frame 5. Ali Carter broke down on 22. Stevens is on a break of 19 with 29 points on the board. Important visit for the Welshman, as is this. This would hurt Graham Dopp.
8.
Hossein Vafai will move 4-1 up. His break now 77 against Lei Pei Fan. Matthew Stevens still going. His break's now 34. Well, eventually the safety mistake came from Graham Dott. And Jamie Clark will be delighted that he has capitalised. Pink to make absolutely sure. Well done. At last we have an outcome for frame 3. Jamie Clark has taken it after that mistake by Graham Dott. So the Welsh youngster leading 2-1 against Graham Dott, the former champion, bidding to make it through to a 21st Crucible. Now just a quick recap on Dave Gilbert finishing with a century. They're now on their mid-session break, so this was a moment or two ago, but the benefit of our octo split is that we have the chance to
100.
Just show you one or two key moments. Jackson Page, by the way, on a break of 43 against David Grace. Didn't matter about that red, and that was a wonderful response because Hamilton had dug himself out of a hole to take the third frame 2-1. So they're currently on a break at 2 apiece. Why don't we go over to table 8 actually and see how Jackson Page is getting on with this break of 44 against David Grace, who took the 5th. So Jackson trailing 3-2, but he's at the table and going well here in the 6th frame.
Yeah, had a good win, didn't he, against Joe Perry, Jackson Page. Practice partner Mark Williams, of course, who rates him very, very highly. Quite a quick player, isn't he? He's quite fast. I'll tell you what, they've been flying on this table as well, haven't they? I mean, they're almost coming to the end of the 6th frame, and it's only 1-1 with Chris Wakelin and Jimmy Robertson. I know they've had their problems with the scoreboard and stuff. 2-1 Jamie Clark, Graham Dott. We thought that one would be a quick match. This match is absolutely flying. Matthew Stevens has got his first frame on the board. He'd be very, very relieved against Ali Carter, who's completely dominated those opening 4 frames. So Matthew Stevens trails 4-1. So he's going to clear all the colours here as well. He's done a break of 75, just a brown left. So yeah, nice break for Matthew Stevens. That might get him going in that match. Needs to do something very, very quickly. Hossein Vafai now 4-1 up against Lei Pei Fan. Lost the first frame. He's won the next 4.
85.
It's a nice break from Jackson Page.
91.
91. Oh, he missed the red, unfortunately, but nice break at 91, and that will level things up once again. 3 frames apiece between David Grace and Jackson Page. Where shall we go now? Let's head back to table 1. Let's see how Hossein Vafai is doing against Lei Pei Fan. We might go back and have a little look at the end of that break from Matthew Stevens. It was a lovely break to get his first frame on the board. I might give you that in a few minutes. Meanwhile, Hussein Vafai just pot the red and the black, but he doesn't want to take on the red up into the top right hand corner pocket, the green pocket as we look. It's too risky, so keeping it cautious, keeping his opponent under a little bit of pressure, and I don't blame him for that. Well, let's see if we can go back and watch a little bit of Matthew Stevens at the end of that break to get his first frame on the board. '87, nicely played. '93. So he does make a century, Matthew Stevens. Well played. Nice break. The level. Well, to get his first frame on the board, but he still trails, of course, 4-1. Gilbert Hamilton and still out on their mid-session interval break. Wan Si-jeon and Liam Highfield are locked in a good match there. 3-2 to Liam Highfield. That going at a quick pace as well. So important this first session. Just like to have some sort of lead. You know you're playing the 9 frames. 5-4, 6-3 would be ideal. Anything above that is even better. Well, you sort of have a little target of, you know, just give me a lead going into the tonight's session. I think that's what he's really improved on in his game. Hussein Vafai is really good safety, and of course his scoring. Playing with a lot of confidence as well since winning the shootout. How well he did in that last frame against Mark Williams. The opening red and then to clear the table with a century was fantastic. Jamie Clark in again on table 6 against Graham Dott. The Pai fan here though is in a bit of trouble. May be able to roll into the pack, the red, just right at the pink. He's not going to play that shot. He's going to play something different. Yeah, he could only play a containing safety shot.
So whilst we watch Hossein Vafai and Lei Pei Fan go through the early exchanges of this 6th frame, an opportunity to get the thoughts of arguably the player of the season, the man who will go to the Betfred World Snooker Championship with high hopes of a second title 12 years after his first. What a campaign it's been for Neil Robertson.
Well, Neil, it's been a long road back to Sheffield, but we're back here for the Betfred World Championship. It's been another fantastic season for you. How would you reflect on it?
I think when you're taking everything into account, definitely my best ever season. Won some really, really big events. 2 of our kind of biggest sort of, probably 5 or 6 on the calendar, and the Players' Champs and the Masters, and then the English Open, on top of that as well. And I think, looking back, it's been a brilliant season without any shadow of a doubt, and I've picked and choose my events, and probably missed a handful as well through various reasons that were out of my control. So there's definitely no feeling of tiredness or anything like that. So I feel incredibly fresh going into the back end of the season.
Yeah, and how much does that excite you arriving at the Crucible in that sort of nick?
Yeah, really good. Yeah, because like you say, I think that I've gone there maybe in some of the other years when I've had really good seasons, but they've been long, drawn out, and maybe played around like 100 matches throughout the season. Like this one, it's nothing like that whatsoever. But because I've been incredibly efficient in the tournaments that I've played in, that's able to put me into a position where I'm full of confidence, but also fresh on top of that.
Yeah, it's been, in terms of the spectre of coronavirus and everything, it's been a very strange few years, certainly at the World Championship. You gave that very emotional interview last year when you spoke about getting to see your dad again, and everyone's had their own sort of personal things in terms of their careers and their personal lives. How do you reflect on those last few years for you personally, on and off the table?
Yeah, it's been hard. Like off the table, I think, you know, especially not being able to see my family from Australia. Like, you know, my dad came over and, you know, that was amazing. My mum's actually just flown in today, which is great. I haven't seen her for a few years, so looking forward to seeing her. So I feel as though that, that yeah, you know, things are kind of starting to get back to normality where I get to see my family on a more regular basis, and that the more that we sort of continue forward, and you know, we get the crowds back to full capacity, and you know, with the World Championships, this will be the first year that kind of everyone will be allowed in from the opening day. So yeah, I think everyone involved is really looking forward to that, and you know, I'm someone who really enjoys playing in front of the big crowds, and you know, you only have to look at the Masters and see how much crowds have become more confident, you know, cheering for the players over the last couple of years, and hopefully that, you know, the crowds at Sheffield can be like that.
Yeah, you spoke a bit about how you feel like the players further down the rankings, potentially behind closed doors, suits them. It gives them more of a chance as a bit of a leveller. Do you think the World Championship, it may well be even more intense this year with everyone, that feeling of coming back? Do you think that's something you could use to your advantage against maybe some less experienced players? Yeah,
I hope so. I mean, I felt the last couple of years, you know, for obvious reasons, that, you know, the crowd hasn't really sort of been there and impacted the players maybe as much as kind of you would hope. I think there's been, you know, when it got down to like the one table setup, then that obviously comes into its own and you get more of that kind of feel. But the early rounds, I've certainly noticed last few years haven't really been that kind of electric as what it was, you know, the first few years that I went there. So, you know, hopefully that that this year can be different. And you know, it is very difficult when you've got the dividing wall, because I know that sometimes the crowd are sort of thinking about maybe not putting off the other table as well. So, but I think I have to kind of just forget that, and I have to sort of cheer for the matches that they're actually watching.
Yeah, I think Ronnie O'Sullivan spoke quite recently. He said that he thought if you could get to the one table setup at the Crucible for whatever reason, that sort of suits you and you'd be a big favourite to win it. Do you get that sort of line of logic? Do you feel that that's in your head? You know, if I can get through those early stages, it's been a long time since you've been in the one table setup, then you would really, really back yourself from that point.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, because it just changes then. You know, you're on effectively, you know, it'd be like playing. It's like playing Wimbledon on all the back courts without much people watching, to all of a sudden being on centre court, and that being on centre court certainly suits me. You know, you only have to look at my record in finals in big matches to see that. Whether or not it sort of makes my opponent a little bit more frightened, or maybe it inspires me more, you know, I guess we'll wait and see. So, but yeah, that is a big key. I think all the players that have won it over the years certainly feel more comfortable in that one table environment where all the eyes are on both players. You know, there's nowhere to kind of sort of hide or anything, any kind of mistakes, and the very biggest names in the sport tend to sort of be the ones who lift to those occasions.
And is that something that you're trying to kind of maybe work on, that maybe potentially over the years you haven't maybe done well enough, is to try and just get yourself through those early stages and put those sort of thoughts to the back of your head and just play on the table? Or?
Yeah, I mean, I've lost a few really tight quarterfinals as well over the years, you know, and a couple of them I was convinced were kind of like the sort of tournament deciding match, where I felt as if I won, I was gonna win the event. But you know, also, you know, some players have played absolutely out of their skin against me as well, and you know, so you just have to sort of take that on board. And I think that maybe a few times, not all the time, but there's been a few times where I've thought that my reputation would be enough to kind of get through the match, and you know, when things don't really pan out like that, all of a sudden the pressure kind of completely reverses, and you're sort of a bit shocked that things aren't going according to script, I suppose. So this year it's just got to be, you know, I almost got it right last year, but this year it's just got to be like every session has to be on my terms. You know, even if I lose a match, you know, like 13-5 or something, at least if I walk away saying my opponent just played too good, but at least I went for my shots and I didn't hold back, then that's fine. Whereas, you know, pretty much every year, the last sort of maybe 4 or 5 years I've been beaten, I've always thought, geez, I wish I was a little bit more aggressive. I wish I played the way I kind of want to play, you know. So yeah, that'll be the key, you know, win or lose at whatever point this year. Just the most important thing is to play each session on my terms, and no matter what the score is, to just keep sort of going for my shots.
Fascinating insight there. Roddy Bissett asking the questions. B. Road Bissett, who is next door in the press room, doing a wonderful job for World Snooker Tour, and it was good to hear from the man of the season, Neil Robertson, talking about playing his own game, and he certainly did that from 9-4 down against John Higgins in the Tour Championship, the first man to successfully defend that crown or even win it twice in different years. Right, this is our octo split. Let's have a little look down bottom right. Jackson Page on table 8 in a commanding position, closing in on the 7th frame. They're 3 apiece, he and David Grace, and this has been a good visit so far, although I can't believe I've just cursed it, Ken.
Yeah.
I've cursed it.
Commentator's chorus, closing in on the frame, and then he misses the red into the left centre. Yeah, well done, Rob.
But what a fascinating match.
I think it's
this
been
is
brilliant,
turning out to be.
I think this match has been fantastic. They've both been playing really well. They've been playing really quick, scoring very well. And there's not much in it. There's a nice little shot from David Grace, just brushing the red out more into play than it already was. He's still going to have the difficulty of that red on the right hand side cushion, but you know, he's got a good chance to get himself back into this frame here. Nopon Sangnam on a break of 44, frame 5 against Robert Milkins. Hamilton is in the balls against Dave Gilbert.
Jimmy Robertson and Chris Wakelin have gone off for their mid-session interval, but they have once again reverted to manual scoring. So we will attempt to bring you, they were 1 apiece, so we will attempt to bring you all the updates we can. We've asked for various people to pop in here and let us know as we've gone back to the old school. I feel
a bit sorry for them there, because I mean that is a little bit off-putting, you know, having to look at the scoreboard and just check the scores, because this is a big match for both of them, obviously, you know, to get to the Crucible and to have the scoreboard go down. Yeah, it's just it's sort of been stop starting for both of them, you know, and it just like breaks your rhythm, and it can break your concentration as well. So they have a lot to deal with there. I just hope that, you know, the quality of the play doesn't affect them, and they won't be using it to affect them, and just hope they can get on with it, you know. But it is, I do feel a bit sorry for them there, I must say.
But Ken, from a player's point of view, someone who will have experienced everything across a career, and I'm not saying this is easy, isn't that one of those scenarios where you only worry about what you can control, and you've got to, if that's what's happening, it's happening to both players at the same time, and you have to try and force that out of your mind and deal with it.
Yeah, I mean, they're used to, you know, playing without automatic scoreboards, or, you know, like in their club and stuff like that. So they've been brought up on that over the years. So, you know, you know, it's game time. It's Judgment Day. You know, it's the final qualifier of the World Championship. They want everything to be perfect and just right and just concentrate. Now they've got to, you know, try and get that out of their head and just get their head around it and just, concentrate on what's on the table.
Jamie Clark has just secured the 4th frame, so Graham Dott and the Welshman finally at their mid-session interval. So that's almost bang on half an hour a frame.
Yeah.
So that is slow.
And they're not slow players. Graham Dott and Jamie Clark, they're both pretty quick around the table. It's just maybe the way the game has gone, it's just been quite fractious.
We'll be here until 3 or 3:30, I think, and then we will all have a little break before we gather to resume at 5 o'clock. And we'll hope to get as many interviews as we can as quickly after the end of the matches as possible. So Simon, our director, is just reminding me we are on until 3:30, so we'll have a break of an hour and a half. And I think, judging by the fact that the first 4 frames between Dot and Clark has taken 2 hours. We probably will be here
Yeah.
until 3:30. Nopon Siankam very close to securing the 5th. He's on a break of 65.
Let's go over there, shall we? Table 4. He's already had a century. He started off with, I think, a century in the first and the second. Was it 2 centuries in a row?
Yes.
Oh, he could be on another one here.
And the last frame before the mid-session was that curious duel on the final pink where Nopon required a snooker. And Rob Milkins, having done a lot of fine work in the frame, couldn't pot the pink for love nor money. In the end, he didn't need to because he got a snooker behind the black. Sankam missed and the frame was over, so parity was restored. And he's done well to get himself back in the early stages of this match, Rob Milkins, because Nopon Siankam grabbed the initiative by the scruff of the neck almost from the very first ball.
Yeah. Or as I once famously said on commentary, he grabbed the bull by the scruff of the neck.
Hey, listen, everybody knew what you meant. I think in the Winter Olympics a few years ago, I said it's deja vu all over again.
Oh.
Here's a question for you, Ken. One of Dennis's great after-dinner stories, or occasionally when he's doing an exhibition, if we have a session at the Crucible that finishes too early, he tells that great story about Bill Werbeneck breaking wind on the table.
Oh, yes.
Is it true that when he got back down off the shot, did he really look up into the crowd and say, who did that?
Yeah, he looked at some old dear in the front row and looked at her and said, was that you? Yeah.
Oh, okay. I wondered how apocryphal that story was, but that's brilliant to hear that it did actually happen in some shape or form.
Well, of course, drinking all that beer, you know, a pint every frame. There's a lot of gas going around, you know. What a character he was. I once saw Bill Werbeneck. I was playing when I first came over in 1988. I'm playing in the Northern Snooker Centre. And we're playing in a Pro-Am, and I've qualified on the Saturday for the Sunday into the last 16. And I've gone into the Northern Snooker Centre, 9 o'clock in the morning. We're starting at 10 a.m., the last 16. And Bill Werbeneck is due for the exhibition that night, starting at 7:30. And he was sitting at the bar with a tray of Carling cans, 24 cans in a tray, sat at the bar, getting ready for the exhibition at 7 o'clock that night. And here's us getting ready for the Pro-Am and having a bit of breakfast. That was him getting prepared. Wow. That was him preparing for the exhibition.
And the other great Werbeneck story, by the way, no century for Nopon, but an excellent way to take that latest frame. The other great element of Bill Werbeneck is his accountant managing to successfully negotiate that his vast beer consumption was a tax-deductible expense because he had attack of the nerves that had to keep his arm steady in order that he could make a living. That's some accountant. I suspect the rules might be a little tighter these days. So
this is an interesting shot there. Shot choice from Hussein. Instead of screwing back for the red next to the pink, he's played for the back cross double on this red. And if it goes in, he's got a great chance. No. It wasn't straightforward, was it?
Liam Highfield, by the way, is 4-2 up on Yuan Sijun. So he's taken the first 2 after the mid-session.
And
good work.
That second frame that Jamie Clark won, how important that was. From needing a snooker, he was 1-0 down. He needed a snooker on the brown. He got it. He cleared up, and he's won the next 2 frames as well. He's 3-1 up against Graham Dott. Oh, what a miss. What a miss from Lee Paifan. This could cost him another frame, that.
Things are looking good here for the Iranian, who said he would spill every ounce of blood needed to make it through to the Crucible. Yeah, I've had a couple of really interesting conversations with Hussein this season, Ken, as I'm sure you have here, there and everywhere. One of the interesting elements of listening to him talking is the fact that in Iran, national service is compulsory. But if you win a major event, you can get an exemption. And he went to, I think it was, was it the Asian Games or the World Games?
Yeah.
And he won the title and came back. And I think his mother was highly emotional because he'd brought glory to Iran. He was allowed an exemption, but there needed to be a form filled out at the local police station. And the local policeman was having fun with him and saying, oh, this form is incorrect. And his face dropped, and then the policeman laughed and said, no, you're fine. You've got the exemption because you brought glory to Iran. So there's been a lot riding on his career at different stages, different pressures and different complexities in his life that
I think
British-based players wouldn't have appreciated.
Was it not the World Amateur Championship that he won?
Yes.
Yeah, it was.
That's
yeah,
right.
Yeah. And do you know what he got paid? He got paid in pieces of gold.
Oh, that's right. I'd forgotten about that.
I think it was the Shah. Is that what he called the Shah of Iran? Yeah.
Yeah.
So he paid him in pieces of gold.
He's just one of the reasons I think he's so likable. He's incredibly patriotic, but it's not in any way aligned to any anger or aggression.
Oh, no.
He's just so inherently proud of his family and his culture.
Of course,
but he does it in a really engaging, endearing way.
And why not? Shouldn't we all be like that?
Quite right. I haven't had a chance to ask him actually what literal headlines were written in the press for him back home after he won
Ben Williams got
the
take out the
shootout.
blue there.
Ah.
Yeah, he must have got huge sort of press attention over there. It's a huge thing for them, and apparently like they've got so many tables there in Iran. It's so popular, snooker. Very. All right, let's go to table 2. Dave Gilbert against Anthony Hamilton. Jimmy Robertson 2-1 up on Chris Wakelin. Jackson Page 4-3 on David Graystill. Wan Sijon 4-2 down. Matthew Stevens still 4-1. He's in. Ali Carter. That's a little bit of a
42. Gilbert 50.
Well, forgive the radio silence. We've just been putting our tea and coffee orders in with Roddy Bissett making short making sure that Ken Doherty is fed and watered, although he's on a diet of mango, blueberries and grapes. I've gone for a sandwich, a banana, grapes and some crisps, and a couple of rich tea biscuits. Such an underrated biscuit, Ken.
Yeah. I love the rich tea, but I like it with a bit of butter on them.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah,
You
occasionally.
can make a sandwich rich tea, you know, with butter in
Yes.
the middle, and so you got a double rich tea
Yeah.
with a bit of butter, bit of savoury in it, you know.
Yeah, quite like that. A very good dunking biscuit.
Very
although
good dunking biscuit.
You've
yeah.
got to judge it, otherwise it
Yeah,
it
too
disintegrates
much, too
over
much,
the tea.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, I do like it. I like it, the old chocolate hobnob now and again.
Oh,
Yeah.
they're so chocolatey though. You can't eat too many of those, can you? They're so
I think
rich.
that's my problem. I've had too many, you know. I've got this new weighing scales that actually talks to you, tells you your weight, you know, and because I put on a little bit of weight, you know, like over the Christmas. So I stood on it just after Christmas, and it said to me, "1 at a time, please."
I knew
I was in trouble, you know.
I knew there was a gag coming somewhere there. Beautifully delivered, of course.
Right, let's see, where are we going to go? We'll stay with this for a little bit, will we? It's quite interesting. This is such experienced campaigners. I mean, as well as their scoring, free scoring for Dave Gilbert and Annie Hamilton, but they're excellent, like, tacticians as well, particularly Hamilton. He's been around a little bit longer than Dave Gilbert, but he's very tactically astute. Doesn't want to hit the yellow. He's left it. He's left it. It's gone wrong. Sure, he can pot this into the left centre.
He's being made to work extremely hard for these frames, Dave Gilbert, isn't he?
Yeah. Hamilton is a very quick player when he gets on a roll, but if the games become, you know, a little bit protracted, you know, he can drag it out with the best of them, you know.
He doesn't like this, really having to dig down on the cue ball.
It's very hard to sight the ball here when they're so close together. Yeah, well played. Now the pink is the obvious ball here because the blue is a lot, you know, not easier, but the problem about the pink is he's got to hit it, clip it so fine that he might not be able to get on the red, so he's going to try and get close to the red and get it into the middle or the top corner pocket. And that's a lovely shot. Yeah, the pink was the easier pot, but it's hard to get on the red, so he's judged that really, really nice.
Did so well to avoid clipping the black as he came past.
He's 40 ahead, so there's now not as much pressure on the red here. He still wants to get it in. Wow. And that's, you know, this sort of just takes a little bit more out of you. You know you should just pot the red. The frame is over. Now you've got to, like, suffer a little bit because he's going to play on for snookers, obviously, Anthony Hamilton, and then it's just extra energy that you don't need to sort of use up.
By the way, sorry to interrupt, Ken. Jackson Page on table 8 has just guaranteed himself a lead going into tonight's session. He's going to move 5-3 ahead with just one frame remaining in their session this afternoon. 1:15. They've absolutely hammered their way through those frames. Well, just a quick update on table 5, which is the Jimmy Robertson Chris Wakelin match. They are now back up and running with the electronic scoreboard, but things have taken so long.
Yeah.
They've only played 3 frames.
Yeah,
Jimmy leading 2-1. That's a huge interruption to their rhythm and momentum.
Yeah. And also the problem is, you know, that as this match drags on, they're not going to have too much time between sessions, you know. So yeah, I feel a little bit sorry for them over there. It's not easy to cope with that. Meanwhile, Anthony Hamilton, okay, he needs 2 4-point snookers, but have a look at the shot he's played there. Big target this, but you know, it's just got to be careful. And this is what I was saying about extra pressure that he didn't need, Dave Gilbert. Very good shot. So he's going to be put through the ringer for a little bit longer. Whereas if that red had just dropped in, it'd be re-racking and it'd be starting the 6th frame.
Juan Si-jun is coming back at Liam Highfield. He's on a decent break. Remember, Liam has taken the first 2 frames after the mid-session interval, so 2-all became 4-2. So it's an important visit for the 21-year-old Chinese player. On a break of 47 at the moment, on table 7.
Oh, good shot, Dave Gilbert. Maybe relieved.
So why don't we head over to that table, actually. Liam Highfield, that's table 7 against Juan Si-jun, hoping to reduce those arrears.
He fell off the tour last year, didn't he, Si-jun, and got back on straight through Q School. So the prize money he's got from this so far will stand him in good stead. Good player, very talented. Plays in Ding Junhui. I see him up there every day, Ding Junhui Academy. Yeah, he's beaten some decent players. I mean, that Ryan Day performance, 6-1 against a quality player like Ryan Day, that tells you how well he's playing. Stephen Hallworth 6-3, Ross Muir 6-3. But the impressive one that stands out is the Ryan Day match. Very, very good. And I think it was on the TV table as well, so it's not like it was on one of the outside tables.
He's had a fantastic run to the last round, Ken. He's never got anywhere near being in Judgment Day before, and before he dropped off the tour, if you remember a couple of years ago, or 3 years ago now, God, where did the years go? Semi-finalist of the Gibraltar Open in 2019, quarter-finalist of the World Grand Prix in 2019, so he has shown that he's gotten deep in some of the major events, but of course you can argue this is arguably one of the biggest matches of his young career, taking on a man who's been at the Crucible twice before. And this has been a good response to Highfield's momentum after their mid-session interval.
He's missed the black there. Let's go over to table 3, because Ali Carter is back in at the table and he wants to re-establish that 4-frame lead against Matthew Stevens. Let's see if we can head over to table 3 now. A bit of a scrappy frame, but he's got a good lead, 48-point lead. Yeah, that was a nice shot.
70.
Screwing off 2 cushions there from Ali Carter. He is blessed with a lot of cue power. Of course, winning this frame be guaranteed at least the lead going into this evening session. And when you're 5-1 up, you want to compound that advantage, possibly extend it to, you know, 6-3 or better if you can. Make your job a lot easier for tonight. So always important frames these. You can't drop your guard for a minute. You know, you got to keep concentrate. Even when you're in a lead like this, it's very easy to drop your guard and say, okay,
25.
I've done well here and I've got a good lead, whatever happens. But you've got to like focus and say, look, I could really put this match to bed here with this lead. Got my opponent on the ropes. You don't want to give him a start, you know, to give him some sort of hope for this evening. So important frames for both players, and of course from Matthew's point of view, he just wants to get a couple more frames on the board to give himself some sort of a chance tonight.
26.
Quick update on Jimmy Robertson against Chris Wakelin. They had their mid-session interval with Jimmy 2-1 up. I suspect they used that time in order to try and correct the electronic scoreboard issues, so they will not break when they finish the fourth frame. Jimmy's leading the fourth on a useful looking break of 56, so he's closing in on a 3-1 lead. They will keep going until they run out of time this afternoon, and they'll hope to speed up and give themselves a sensible number of frames to complete tonight at 5 p.m. So there won't be a mid-session interval for Robertson and Wakelin at the end of the fourth frame. They've already had it.
Up on Sangnam and Robert Milkins tied at 3 frames apiece.
Ken, when this break comes to an end, I wonder if we should nip over and have a look at Jackson Page, who is closing in. Well, it's a long way to go in that frame, but he's the one at the table on a break of 26. He could be going in with a 6-3 lead over David Grace.
Yeah. He's been playing really well. I've been watching, keeping an eye on that, and he's absolutely buzzing around the table. He's playing so fast. And he's just playing like it's almost like a little practice match for him. Looks very, very confident, Jackson Page, I must say.
61.
This is a good break from Ali Carter, isn't it? It looks like he's queuing really nicely as well. Always a tough one to call this match. Tough match for both players, you know, very experienced players. Very successful at the Crucible.
Two multiple World Championship finalists. And if Carter comes through this match, and he is looking pin sharp at the moment with Matthew just one frame on the board, he's a horrible draw for any of the top players, isn't he? Because yes, okay, he's perhaps not quite at the form that has brought him 4 ranking titles, but he knows how to dig out results. And remember, he took Lazowski to a decider last year. It took every bit of composure that Jack Lazowski had to get over the line in that match.
I think it'd be one of the tougher matches to play for sure, because of his experience there and because of his success. And when a player has had success at the Crucible, when they got back there, you know he's got a great experience, you know he's got great memories, and it can inspire him. So anybody who's going to draw any of these two players, Matthew Stevens as well, is in the same category. You know, it's going to be a tough draw. It's one that the top 16 would wish to avoid for sure. It's been a really good break, this, from Ali Carter. I mean, when he came to the table, you saw, you know, the situation of all the reds. But this has been a wonderful break. Excellent stuff.
Superb from Carter. The big Dutchman Jan Verhaas overseeing that one. He's overseen quite a few World Championship finals. And Olivier Martial officiating between Jackson Page and David Grace. He'll get his 2nd World final.
I'll give you a funny story about Olivier Martial. When I was in the commentary box with Dennis Taylor at the World Championship one year, and I think it was Olivier's first World Championship, and I'm in the box with Dennis Taylor, and Dennis was eulogising about Olivier, and before he said this Belgian referee, and he switches off the red button, he turns to me and he goes, what's his second name, you know? And I said Olivier Martinez, who was going out with Kylie Minogue at the time. He was like a French actor, you know, very famous Hollywood actor as well. And once he heard Olivier, and he knew his surname began with M, so he says, oh yeah, that's the one. So he says he has this wonderful Belgian referee who works in a hospital, of course, as well. That's his paid job, like full-time job, and works as a referee part-time. And Olivier Martinez from Belgium. I burst out laughing straight away as we see Jackson Page finish the break here. Great session from him, but yeah, I burst out laughing, and he switched off the red button. He turned to me, he says, you got me there, you got me, I'll get you back for that.
Oh, that's brilliant. I'd never dare do that to Dennis in the box, but I think as a fellow world champion, you can get away with it. Let's have a look at table 1, if we may, guys. Simon doing a sterling work as the director. Lei Pei Fan looked like he was going great guns and on his way to reducing this deficit to 4-3, but Hussein's managed to get in.
Yeah, nice little cannon on these 3 reds here. He just needs to bring one into... Oh, look at that. Beautiful. Nice touch. He's got a red into the right centre. Great chance for a counter clearance here from Hussein. And it's... all these frames, of course, are very important, but, you know, none more so when you can steal a frame from 59 behind. Really is a sucker punch, so he's got to try and hold himself together here. Looks very calm, very composed.
Well, we're guaranteed 2 debutants, Ken. Whoever comes through this one between Hussein and Lei Pei Fan. And we could have a third. That is some lead. Jackson Page enjoys over David Grace. Not over yet, 6-3. David Grace has made multiple ranking event semi-finals, including that memorable run on home Yorkshire soil back in 2015. But I always enjoy introducing the debutants. It's such a special moment for them and their families.
Oh, hold on.
But
Hold on. I think he's gone about this the wrong way for me. He could have easily played for the pink off the second last red. And just played for the red into the right middle or back into the bottom left corner, but didn't have a great angle on the black, and he hasn't judged the pace very well there at all. He's so disappointed with himself. Yeah, I don't blame him. Can he pot the red, come off 2 cushions and back on for the black? No, he's going to see, can he cut the red into this bottom left corner pocket? He's overcut it. Wow. I'm so disappointed. That really is upsetting. When you have a chance like that, you create a really good chance for yourself. Under normal circumstances, he would have gone on and cleared the table there. But these aren't normal circumstances. 25 ahead, needs red in colour. Nicely played.
there's a lot riding on this match emotionally for Hussein Vafai. Yes, he's the favourite for this one, but he's not there yet. And he has a youngster brimming with confidence after victories over Sean Maddox, Stuart Carrington and Alexander Ursenbacher. A lot of neutrals would love Hussein Vafai to make it, but Lei Pei Fan hasn't read that script and he'd love to cause an upset. Ooh. Oh. That'll help. Little wry smile on his face, but he'll take it. So he does indeed reduce arrears to just a single frame. So 4-3. Now this absolute epic between Graham Dott and Jamie Clark. And Jamie Clark has done so well from the position of needing a snooker for the second frame. He's really put the 2006 champion under the cosh. Anthony Hamilton trying to come back at Dave Gilbert once again. Real nip and tuck affair, this one. Chris Wakelin on a break of 72, reducing his arrears. Good match, that one, between him and Jimmy Robertson. Despite their issues with the scoreboard, they're back. And remember, not having their mid-session after the fourth frame, they will carry on all the way through the afternoon. He's on a break of 77, but the 50-year-old Anthony Hamilton refusing to let Dave Gilbert pull away. Chris Wakelin's 72 has become a century on table 5, but we'll stick with this and see whether Anthony Hamilton can claw his way back in and draw level at 3 apiece. Noppon Sankam is 57 ahead in the 7th frame against Rob Milkins. They're 3-all at the moment. Juan Si Jun closing in on levelling things up against Liam Highfield. Remember, Liam Highfield went from 2-2 to 4-2. And Matthew Stevens is in the balls on table 3 on a break of 22, trailing 5-1. So Carter guaranteed a lead when they resume at 5 o'clock. But an important visit for Matthew Stevens. We might pay that a visit once we see what happens here with the Sheriff against Dave Gilbert. Hossein Vafai's in again. The early stages of the 8th. Lei Pei Fan having taken the previous. An important visit for Hossein. Chris Wakelin with a 1-3-1 there. So Jimmy Robertson leads 3-2 now instead of 3-1.
Well, this could prove a big clearance here for Anthony Hamilton. He's nicely on this yellow into the green pocket. He's just got to bounce the cue ball off the ball. Oh! Just going to say, just got to bounce the cue ball off the ball cushion, but I didn't expect him to miss that. Now, what does Dave do? Does he play the double, or does he just play a telling safety shot here? Double is on, but the problem with the double is that you never, if you miss it, you're never too sure where the object ball is going, so it's a bit risky. I think he's just going to play the safety. And he's played a good one as well.
I think that choice of shot shows you just how much respect Dave Gilbert has got for Anthony Hamilton. Very, very tight, this match. So quick update, Jimmy Robertson 3-2 up on Wakeling. Dot trails Jamie Clark 4-1, having taken the first. What a turnaround by the Welshman. The Welsh had a good day yesterday with Michael White and Jamie Jones making it through. Still in the 7th frame between Nopon Siankam and Rob Milkins. Pretty tight in that one as well.
Yeah, Matthew Stevens in as well. 5-1 down. He needs something to get himself going. Very important couple of frames for him. Looks like, okay, 37 points ahead. He's on the black. But looks like he may take this frame. Reduce the rears to 5-2. I think Hamilton's got enough of the yellow here, Rob, to just send it past the brown and back up the table. But as long as he doesn't hit the green full ball, he should be okay. Yeah, that's the shot. Now, just past the brown, he's played it really well. Dave Gilbert, he's got to hit this and just hope. Oh, I don't think he's fluked it. No. Oh, I'd be very, very happy with that. Matthew Stevens, he's still in, isn't he?
Shall we just nip over and see whether Matthew Stevens can get over the line in that frame? Let's just see whether this is on.
He might take this yellow on, will he?
Let's stay here and just see. He's asking for the cue ball to be clean.
Matthew Stevens has broke down. He hasn't missed. He's just played a safety shot. So we can go back to that in a few minutes. Let's just see what happens here with Dave Gilbert and Anthony Hamilton, because this is crucial. Anthony Hamilton had a good chance to win the frame. Missed that yellow off the spot into the green pocket. Dave Gilbert taking this yellow on. This requires good cueing. Oh, that's a wonderful shot. That will give him a lift. If he can go on and win the frame from here now, he's still got to pot a good green. But after potting that yellow, you don't expect him to miss the green here. Natural angle off the ball cushion. Back up for the brown into the yellow pocket.
He was just flexing his left shoulder there. I wonder whether he got a little twinge.
Nicely cued, and that's gonna win him the frame. Needs brown and blue just to make sure.
9.
Totally agree with you, Ken. The confidence boost from that yellow.
Yeah.
Difficult cueing angle, almost the entire length of the table, and all of a sudden, having been in a fairly uncomfortable position, he has ground out a very hard-earned 2-frame advantage.
Jackson Payes has taken that 9 frame, so he's 6-3 up against David Grace.
20. And the frame, keep going.
Let's go over. Shall we go over to that table 3 with Ali Carter and Matthew Stevens?
Yes, because Carter's at the table. So Matthew has a decent lead in this frame and desperately needs to get another 1 or 2 on the board. Carter guaranteed to lead at 5 o'clock when they come back. And this is a good looking visit from Carter. 59 is still available. James Medland. I thought that said JM Runner there, but it's Rummer. Maybe you do run. Anyway, James, thanks for watching. I wonder if you're tuning in sneakily when you're working, whether you've got... People seem to have multiple tablets and laptops these days. However you're watching, whatever else you're doing in between, we're delighted to be bringing you the action. We were just talking, Ken, with Nigel Oldfield, who popped in to say hi in the commentary position. He's on the board of the World Snooker Tour. There's this system of jumping around from table to table particularly seems to work specifically because the carrot is the crucible. Maybe at other events.
Yeah.
Ooh, is he going in off? Stay of execution here. Matthew Stevens with
no,
half a chance.
I think it does work. And like from reading what people are saying on social media, that they're absolutely loving, you know, jumping from table to table. They get to see a little bit of everything. Yeah, we can't concentrate on maybe their favourite match, but I think it's nice to be able to jump around and see and give everybody a little bit of time and just nip in and nip out of the different matches, and particularly at the crucial stages of the frames as well, or when they're making nice breaks. Match would be very disappointed with that shot. He's 43 points. He only needed a red, and I'm not quite sure whether the red going close to that green pocket has made this a big pocket or not. I think if the red was closer to the ball cushion, it would be perfect, but it's just far enough out that he could miss this red. Trying to play it off the red. Yeah, it wasn't ideal, I didn't think. Matthew desperately needs this frame, and maybe another one, at least.
Nopon Siankam has taken a very slow 7th, so he restores a slender advantage over Rob Milkins. He's 4-3 up. 2 left to play this afternoon. We're on air, by the way, until 3:30.
Jamie Clark 4-1 up against the former world champion Graham Dott, and 47 ahead in that frame as well. Sort of 2 shots in one, wasn't it? And to get the snooker behind the black as well as pot the red. Yeah. Lim Highfield and Wan Sijon, all square, 4-all. Now, where's this red going to finish? Is he going to leave it for Matthew into the left centre? It looks that way. So, 43 points in the lead. Just wants the red to leave Ali Carter needing a snooker. He'll be very relieved, Matthew Stevens. He's got another frame on the board, but he's still going to trail by 5 frames to 2. Let's go over to table 1, because Lee Pai Fan is back in amongst the balls. He's on a pink into the middle. 1 red remaining. And it's very, very crucial. Hussein Bafai should have won the last, should have stole the last. Got very disappointed that he didn't. So, wow, this is a crucial frame here. Both players just made sure of the red. Now, is he taking this black on into the corner, or is he going to play a snooker? He may just play the snooker, you know. He's 8 points ahead. He could put the black just on his right hand side cushion. Play the snooker behind the pink. And didn't get the black to the cushion, but it's still okay. Just puts a bit more pressure on Hussein. He's got to hit this and get it safe. Graham Dott back at the table. Where's the cue ball? Oh, no. And he's left the yellow. I think the yellow does pot into the right corner pocket. He's unlucky there for the cue ball to find the green pocket. Yeah, Graham Dott 25 behind. 2 reds left. Needs to make something happen there for himself. As we see Lee Paifan take on this yellow into the bottom right corner pocket. No. Has he got the cover? I think he has. No, this is a big frame for Graham Dott. He's still at the table. He was 50 behind in this frame. Nice shot from Hussein. A little kiss on the green is certainly going to help.
Just the colours remaining on table 6. Should we head over there and see whether Graham Dott can claw one back?
Yeah, why not? Let's see. Let's go to table 6 for the moment.
It's all been one-way traffic for the last couple of frames between Graham and Jamie Clark. We'll come back if Hossein and Lei Pei Fan are still going in the 8th.
A little bit short of pace, Graham Dott. We'll keep you updated whether Hussein pots that yellow or not into the green pocket. This is a big clearance here for Graham Dott. Was 52 behind. He's going to need brown, blue and the pink. Oh, it's a bit of a stretch.
Hussein has potted that yellow with the rest. But let's stay with this. Important couple of minutes this for Graham Dott, Ken. It's all been one-way traffic the last 15, 25 minutes or so.
Yeah, and since he lost that second frame where his opponent needed a snooker, Jamie Clark, oh, look at this. Just gone a little bit too far. Might have to take this blue on into the green pocket. Yeah, well played, Graham Dott. He's going to win this frame. Let's nip over to table 1. Hussein Vafai's on the blue. He's just potted the blue. He only needs the pink. What a big frame. Paifan should have won it, but he's lost it, and Hussein is reestablished.
He looks relieved as well. Just going through his cue action. Guaranteed an advantage at 5 o'clock, but it's been tight and it's been tense. The 18-year-old has played really well. Jimmy Robertson, desperate to try and pull away from Chris Wakelin. But Wakelin has got no scars from Judgment Day, by the way. Yes, he's come up short quite a few years and he's only bidding for his 3rd Crucible appearance. But he's played twice on Judgment Day and won both occasions. So he's got some nerve and bottle. And he won't be overawed by Jimmy Robertson, that's for sure.
No, not at all. But I think Jimmy Robertson has come into this World Championship qualifiers with you know, a lot of confidence. He's been playing really well this season. He's got some good results. And just as I say that, he misses the red into the right corner. But yeah, he's been coming in here with a lot of confidence. He's got some good results, that I said. Semi-final, wasn't he? In the, was it the Players at the Grand Prix? Did really well, and Yeah, he's been doing very, very well this season. Oh, great pot from Matthew Stevens on table 3. He's in.
Chris needed the toilet there.
Really? So let's slip over to table 3 then. Let's have a look at Matthew Stevens. He's potted a really good black there. Cue ball. He's almost in the jaws of this bottom right hand corner pocket. Potted the black. And now he's got a really good chance here. One good positional shot. Love to get on this red. Maybe down near the right corner pocket. And play on 2 reds. A red into the middle and then the red into the bottom right corner. He's not on the red into the bottom right corner, so take the red into the right centre, stun down for the black. Try and free up that black into both corner pockets.
13.
Okay, Ken, you're far more likely to get this question in reality from an agent or something. Would you have a crack at Strictly?
No, I don't think I've got the twinkle toes you have, Rob. I know Dennis loved it, and indeed the late great Willie Thorne absolutely loved it as well. But I don't think I could go on Strictly. Although they say it's great fun, but I don't know. I think I'd leave that to you, Rob.
Oh, I'm not. I'm nowhere near as well known as you, so it will never be a relevant question for me. But I'd probably be tempted. But I absolutely love dancing. You know, you've seen me pulling out a few shapes at the end of World Championship party. Yeah. But
it's a bit of an understatement, Rob.
But it's all enthusiasm. No one's ever kind of tried to teach me any kind of rhythm. So I think I'd be enthusiastic, but it would be arms and legs everywhere, and I'd be hopeless. So I'm kind of dodging the question there.
So that's a no then.
It's a work in progress. What about, Ken, whilst we're watching Matthew, and this would be a really, really big frame for him to take. 36. I think even 6-3, he would take that from the perilous position he was in a couple of frames ago. Would you ever do something like the jungle?
Yeah, I think I would. I'd like to do something like that. I think Steve spoke about that, and Jimmy, and they both thought it was one of the best experiences of their lives. Yeah.
44.
I wouldn't mind eating any of the stuff because, if you tasted any of the food I've cooked over the years, it's probably actually be better than some of the stuff in that jungle. Some of the stuff in the jungle would be better, so that wouldn't bother me. But no, I think it'd just be a good experience, wasn't it? Particularly if it was in Australia.
Yeah, I think it would be interesting to as a sort of a journey of self-discovery, if that doesn't sound too wishy-washy, just to see how you'd respond in a scenario where you were hungry all the time.
Yeah.
52.
You're obviously not squeamish. I mean, I think if I was starving, I would eat those grubs, but I'd struggle. I'd have to close my eyes and pretend I was eating something else.
Yeah.
Would you find that quite straightforward, do you think?
Well, I mean, it would be nice. I'm not saying it'd be nice, but I mean, I think you just have to go through it. I think Jimmy had a right result when he was on it because, of course, Katie Price was on it when Jimmy was on it, and she did about 7 or 8 trials in a row, so he didn't have to do anything. All he had to do was clean the pots for Gino De Campo. Make sure he had all the pots nice and clean for the cooking. That's all Jimmy had to do while he was there. He wore a red leotard when he was there, trying to burst some balloons, but to get some stars. But I think that's about the strength of what Jimmy had to do. But he loved it. This has been a good break from Matthew Stevens. 56, 57 ahead now. And it's come at a good time. 5-3. So they've got one more frame to play, and it'll be a massive frame. I mean, if Matthew Stevens could get out of this session only 5-4 behind, he will feel like he's probably 5-4 ahead.
67.
I agree. Even 6-3 from where he was a few frames ago. By the way, Simon, our director, if and when Matthew's break comes to an end, I'd like to quickly nip over and see the back end of the frame between Noppon Siankam and Rob Milkins. Last time I checked, Rob was on a break in the mid-40s, and he still is, hoping to draw level at 4 frames apiece. But this has been a fine visit from a 2-time World Championship finalist and 4-time semi-finalist. Matthew needed to show some class, and he has done at just the right time.
Yeah, it's been a quality match, this. We always thought it was going to be. We always thought it was going to be close, and we were a little bit surprised when we saw Ali Carter take a 4-0 lead, but it's good to see Matthew starting to play. Oh, what a shot he's played on the black there. Wow. Yeah, it's good to see him starting to strike the ball nicely. What a great player he's been over the years, Matthew Stevens.
4-0 to 5-3. That is an excellent turnaround from Matthew. And what a break.
Dave Gilbert 4-2 up and 6 points now in the lead with just 3 reds remaining.
97.
There's a century for Matthew. Brilliantly done.
He's taken the blue back out, isn't he? Hey, Yamba has. Good old Yamba.
Oh, we can give him some stick for that later.
Yeah. Whatever you do, don't take out the blue.
Brilliant break of 115. And let's go over to the Rob Milkins table. I think Rob's over the line, but let's just see. Oh, he is. 4-4. Right then. Over to Dave Gilbert, please. Simon, table 2. Gilbert's on a break of 25.
Dave Gilbert, 25.
He was on a break of 25. Let's stick with this, just to see whether Dave can guarantee himself an advantage come 5 o'clock, or whether Anthony Hamilton can claw his way back into this frame, as he has done several times already today. We deduced from Anthony's body language that the double bounced off the knuckle.
Extended rest. Yeah.
David Gilbert's asking Leo for the extended rest. Lepe Fan is at the table on a little break of 12 in the 9th frame against Hossein Vefai, who has given himself the edge come tonight. 5-3 up, the Iranian. The 2 would-be debutantes. Jackson Page, another potential debutant, finished his 9 frames against David Grace an eternity ago. Ali Carter and Matthew Stevens, 1 more to play. 4-0 became 5-3. So a good turnaround for Matthew Stevens in that one. Graham Dott took the 6th, turning 4-1 into 4-2, but it's Jamie Clark at the table in the early stages of the 7th. We're on for another hour and a half. And then we will have a break before coming back at 5 o'clock.
just nestling into these two reds. Oh, I thought he might nestle in off the ball cushion because he's left the pot here for Dave Gilbert, but it's very risky. Very risky, that red into the yellow pocket, so maybe just play a good safety shot. I don't know. Yeah, now you're not allowed to touch the cloth with the cue there for leave a mark on the table. Not that he would do it intentionally in any way, but you can't really. You're not supposed to put your tip on the cloth and possibly leave a mark of chalk. He's trying to work out, if he does take the red on into the yellow pocket, where he can leave the cue ball without leaving the red that is closest to the cue ball into the green pocket. He's going to take it on, is he? Oh, big shot. This could miss it and then leave both reds on. He probably feels that if he does take the red on and it wobbles, it may go safe, but there is a possibility that he may get so close to it that he might leave it on.
It's taken him a long time to build up a two-frame cushion, and he doesn't want to relinquish it anytime soon. Lepe Fan, by the way, on a break of 35 now 42. Potted the black. Last frame of the session, hoping to reduce his deficit to just a single frame. Liam Highfield and Juan Si-jun, just 1 point in it, 4 frames apiece, just one red left on the table. That's quite an important exchange coming up at the end of the 9th frame between them to work out who takes the lead ahead of their evening session. Liam's left the cue ball almost glued to the baulk cushion, read up by the yellow spot. We might head over there actually. Let's head over to table 7 and just see who takes the advantage at the end of that session between Liam Highfield and Juan Si-jun. So Juan has come up the table, pushing the red back down just beyond middle left. Such a tight match, this one. Nearly. Lepe Fan on a break of 49 on table 1. He is not letting Hossein Vafai pull away.
No, he's done very well, hasn't he? He's stuck with him, and even though he lost that really close 8th frame, you know, he's coming back. He's shown a lot of resolve, Lepe Fan.
Jamie Clark's on an excellent break, having seen Graham Dott come back to 4-2. He's closing in on 5-2, guaranteeing himself an advantage this evening.
Oh, that's a lovely shot. Lovely shot from Liam Highfield there. Really nicely played.
Dott now needs snookers in that frame against Jamie Clark, so what a response from the Welshman.
Well, he's forced the error. He's got a chance here, Liam Highfield. Having a quick look at the scoreboard. Well, no matter what he takes here, I mean, he could screw back down for the black off the red. That would leave him 9 points ahead, which means he would need yellow, green and brown to be 18 ahead on the blue. That's his train of thought here. But the problem of playing for the black here. It's just that it's just a little bit more difficult. The cue ball's got to travel a bit more distance for the yellow. That's been a cracking match, that Noppon Sangnam and Robert Milkins, 4-all. Both players playing really quality snooker. Now let's have a look at the pace of this. It looks pretty good. And being a left-hander, he won't need the rest for the yellow. So well worked out and nicely positioned on the from black to yellow there for Liam Highfield. But yellow, green and brown, he put him 18 ahead.
Dave Gilbert's gone 5-2. Great end to that frame. And all of a sudden, Anthony Hamilton has quite a bit to do at the end of that session. But what a moment of disappointment there from Liam Highfield. Perfectly positioned, perfectly positioned.
Well, he tried to do the right thing, go down for the black, leave himself like maybe 18 with 18 on if he potted yellow, green and brown. And what he could have done off the red, and this is going close, he could pot this, you know. Could pot it. Didn't want it in. But what he could have done was pot the red into the yellow pocket, got on the brown, it would have been so much easier, and just needed the blue. So there was a case for both ways of playing that shot. But anyway, it's very fine margins in any sport, Rob, you know, at this sort of level of decision making. And what you did right, what you did wrong, or what way you go about changing it if you had the chance to play it again. Yes, sometimes pressure, even though you know it's the right shot to play it another way, you don't do it because you think, oh well, I'll play it an easier way because that would be, you know, that will be a lot easier for me. I'll try and play it simple, but sometimes it just doesn't always work out like that.
A sport of millimeters between success and failure.
Yeah. And also the few inches between the ears can feel like you know, a couple of miles at times. You know, when the pressure comes on and the heat of the battle comes on. And that's what it's all about, being able to perform under the extreme heat and pressure. That's why I love the Crucible. It's aptly named, you know, for the Crucible. It's just been a, you know, a hotbed of some great matches and pressure over the years. Such a wonderful venue.
Oh, you can just feel it when you walk out, even from an MC's perspective. What an incredible venue it is and what pressure you guys are under. Lepe Fan, by the way, did take the last frame of the session, so Hossein Vafai does lead, but it's 5-4, very tight when they come back. Dave Gilbert 5-2 up on Hamilton. Jamie Clark 5-2 up on Graham Dott.
Just saw Noppon miss a very, very easy red. I think it's the easiest ball he's missed all morning. Well, certainly all this session anyway. We're well into the afternoon now. Okay, let's see how table one just finished up between Lee Paifan and Hossein Vafai. Yeah. Pink was enough. Hussein says thank you very much. So he wins the session 5-4, but a lot more snooker to be played when they resume at 5 p.m. later on today. Back to Liam Highfield and Wan Suzon. Might take the blue out here. Knock the green into the blue. Leave the green safe. That's what he tried. I'm certainly happy with the cue ball.
Jimmy Robertson on a break of 54. Tied at 3 apiece on table 5 with Chris Wakelin. They've had some issues with the scoring system, but they're back into a decent rhythm now. Ali Carter and Matthew Stevens are in the very early stages of their final frame of the session. Stevens bouncing back from 4-0 down to 5-3. As Ken indicated, 10 or 15 minutes or so ago as we watched Matthew's century. To come out 5-4, having trailed 4-0, would be an absolute result for Matthew Stevens, who seems to have his tail up at the back end of the session, so we'll keep a close eye on that one. They are on table 3. Noppon Siankam is in again. Got a lead of 29 over Rob Milkins, hoping to take the last frame of the session. Remember, they were tied at 4 apiece, and nip and tuck all the way, that one. Rob Milkins responding really well to Noppon's quick start with his back-to-back centuries. We knew that would be close, and it is. Double kiss there.
Yeah, didn't want that. He's left the green on. He's got an angle. He can put the green into the left centre. Back up off 2 cushions for the brown. Oh, great shot. As he hit it too hard. Needs to slow up the cue ball. Needs to slow up. It's not bad. He's got a nice angle now. He can, well, do a couple of things here. Try and knock the blue out, or try and play on the blue using the rest down the cushion. Might be a good choice, this. Not take the blue out because you're trusting a little bit of luck. So just stun the cue ball just past the middle pocket and leave the blue with the rest, because you'll be just rolling it down the cushion and you'll have a nice angle to get on the pink. Oh, he's gone through the gap. That was not the right shot. It's okay, still in control, but they're all square, 55 apiece, 4 frames all. Can't get any closer than this. Is he going to chip the cue ball into the bulk area, leave the blue on the tight on the side cushion? Played it nicely.
Now, shall we just have a really quick look over on table 5 as Jimmy Robertson, almost said Rob Milkins, Jimmy Robertson closes in on a century. Actually, stay here because he's just missed. He breaks down on 91, but doesn't matter. He moves 4-3 ahead. So let's stay with this.
Yeah, I think this is good to stay with, just because it's the last frame and it's so important for both players just to have that little lead. Blue and pink required for either player. Decent shot. So maybe just side to side here with cue ball on the right side cushion, blue on the left side cushion here for Liam Highfield. The only problem is, oh, well, didn't catch that well. He's got away with it.
And on table 4, Ken, I've just been watching out the corner of my eye on our octo split. Rob Milkins was coming back at Noppon Siankam, but he missed with the red, and Noppon has also missed but not left it on. So it's pretty tight here. They're in exactly the same position, 4 frames all, looking to see who is going to secure the advantage. Well, Rob Milkins has potted that red, so he has a great chance to steal this 9th frame, trailing by 11. We might get a chance to head over there.
been some good safety on this blue, I must say. We saw a match yesterday, you know, we must have been playing for about 15 or 20 minutes on the brown. Do you remember that? I'm trying to think of who was playing yesterday. You get confused, but on the was it Jordan Brown, Michael White?
Yeah, I think it was.
Yeah, and they played for about at least 15, 20 minutes
That's
on the
right.
brown alone. Quite incredible. Another excellent shot. Perfectly played. Nice tap on the table from his opponent, Liam Highfield. Good sportsmanship shown. I think that's one great thing about our game. You know, even in the heat of battle, even when there's so much pressure on these players and trying desperately to get to the crucible, that they can still, like, you know, appreciate the good shots from their opponents, you know. See, Jean is totally dominating the safety here. Liam Highfield has got away with it now 3 or 4 times. This could have been a lot easier. It's still potable, but there's no way that you can get on the pink, so what's the point? That's a clever little shot. He's tried to leave the cue ball just bridging over the pink there. Simple little shot, but almost very effective.
Dave Gilbert's in again in the 8th. Leads 5-2 and he's on a break of 17 on table 2.
Robert Milkins has a pink to pot to go 5-4, and he has done. It's been a wonderful session from both players there. Lots more snooker in that later on. Back at 5, of course, for the second session.
He's done really well to hang on to Noppon Siangam's coattails and then move ahead of him. Gilbert's break 22. Jamie Clark on a decent break. Remember, he also leads 5-2, trying to turn the screw on Graham Dott.
Matthew Stevens on table 3 is back in amongst them. Jimmy Robertson, Chris Wakeland, 4-3. Jimmy Robertson. Chance here for Wan Si-jeon. Oh, quite a long way away. He was bridging over the black. It was awkward queuing, but expected him to get closer to that. Now, will Liam Highfield have a go at this blue? Has he got away with it? Doesn't want the double kiss. Oh, it's actually not too bad. He's on the blue, but the cue ball, he's got no way of getting onto this pink, I don't think. I mean, it would require some shot in and out of balk to try and get on the pink. I don't think he has enough of an angle on the blue to do that. So may just have to just content himself with just potting the blue here. But even if he pots the blue, he's going to leave himself a difficult shot on the pink. So maybe, what's he going to try? Is he going to try and attempt to get on the pink? Yeah, he could. He was trying, but there was no way. He just didn't have the angle.
Jamie Clark's break extends to 71, which means he will move 6-2 up on Graham Dott with 1 frame remaining. Dave Gilbert is on a break of 40 now, also hoping to close in on 6-2 against Anthony Hamilton, who's beginning to let the match run away from him when he was very close to Dave Gilbert over the first few frames.
Oh, he's missed it again. How's he got away with it again? He has, you know. You can see the disappointment in Wan Si-jeon's face. Okay, let's see what happened at the end of Robert Milkins, Noppon Siangam's match. who went 4-all. Nice blue from Milkins, nicely cued, and he had this pink to go 5-4 and lead at the mid-session.
Really good end to that session. Oh, by the way, he's changed his walk-on music. He was I Am a Cider Drinker by the Wurzels for obvious reasons after what happened in Turkey. He's changed it. Rumour has it he's still with the Wurzels, but he's going to come, if he gets there, he's going to come out to I've got a brand new combine harvester. And with 50 grand for Gibraltar, he could probably afford to buy a second-hand one. Your walk-on music and his are two of the very best because they instantly get the crowd clapping in unison.
Yeah. Oof, was that a foul? No, it must have been very close. Didn't have to play it like that. He could have just maybe played the double kiss and left both balls very close to each other. But that was a risky shot. And he's been unlucky here, Juan Cijon, because he's dominated the safety play on the blue. Liam Highfield has got away with it 3 or 4 times. But now he has this blue. The pink is waiting. Just blue and pink required for a 5-4 lead. Oh, I don't like the way he played that at all. He should have played that more positively. Stunned it off 2 cushions. Why would you try and drag it in?
Question, Ken, on a technicality. Was watching Liam get ready for that shot, and a couple of times he changed his mind. He had the rest underneath his fingers a couple of times, then he put it flat on the bed of the table and changed his mind again. What's the thinking there?
Oh, he's hit the black there. Actually, it looks... Oh. That will go back. Yeah, I mean, some players like to hold the rest in their hand. Some player, I like to keep it flat on the table and keep my hand on top of it, stop it from moving. I just think, I think he was going to play the stun shot off 2 cushions, and then he changed his mind at the last minute to play the drag shot. And it was the wrong shot for me. He should have played it more positively, because that type of shot you would sort of practice. You wouldn't practice the drag shot. You would practice it hitting right through the ball and playing it with a bit more sort of conviction. He didn't do that, and because he didn't do that, he got it all wrong. Rob Spencer has got to be very precise in putting the cue ball back here, because it's a very fine margin. He's got to, obviously Liam Highfield thought he had a bit of the, well, that's the original position. Black is not in the right position, but that doesn't matter. He's gone a different route. He's missed it again, and it'll go back again. 7, 12 ahead. Is he going to take it on? Oh, I wouldn't take that on. He's got to put it back, surely. Yeah, he's got to put it back, because the way Liam Highfield is trying to escape in the snooker, he's trying to hit the blue, obviously, but, you know, with such force, it could go anywhere. So he's in a precarious predicament, I'll have to say here. Rob, how do you like that for a bit of alliteration?
I'm impressed you got your teeth around that one. Precarious predicament. You know what we say when we're practicing our levels? As sound men and sound women, for some reason they're obsessed about P's when you're saying it. So how about this? Proper planning and preparation prevent poor performance.
Oh, very, very good. You're not going to try the feather plucker's son, eh? You're not going to try that little rhyme.
Absolutely no way.
Oh, well, he's conceded. He's had enough. And that was a good little snooker. Juan Cijon put him in, but Liam Highfield very disappointed. Couldn't escape. So he's going to be 5-4 down. And Juan Cijon takes a lead into that second session tonight, 5 o'clock.
Intriguing end to that one. But Juan Cijon getting the better of the safety exchanges. Now, speaking of safety, I'm just looking at a little cluster of reds. Can we head over to table 3, please, Simon? How about this for a predicament? Now, what a result this would be. Long way to go in this frame. If Matthew Stevens could rescue 5-4 from 4-0 down, he would be absolutely over the moon.
That was close, wasn't it? It's going to go back. No damage done. There's only 7 points, the difference. He won't mind giving the 4 points away, but it's just, as long as he doesn't leave a red into the bottom right corner pocket. That red does pass the black into the right middle as well, so he's got to be a little bit careful of that one. No, this is sliding. It's going to hit the red, but I think he's going to leave the red. And that's what he didn't want. That's the worst outcome. I think he went the wrong way there, you know. I think he should have gone the other way around 3 or 4 cushions and tried to hit the red that's closest to this bottom right corner pocket. Much more difficult snooker that way. But he certainly wouldn't have been leaving a red, and now he's left the red. It's a chance for Ali Carter here. Very important frame for both players. He's hit it. He's overhit it. He's overhit it. He's trying to slow the cue ball down with his hand. That's not going to work. Now, does he take this black on? How confident are you, Ali? Or are you going to play the safety shot and try and tie Matthew back up into a snooker in the bulk area? Looks like he's not even entertaining the black.
Dave Gilbert almost over the line in the 8th frame, leading 5-2, but there's just enough on for Hamilton to come back and do his famous steal if he can find a way in. But now I think that frame will go the way of Dave Gilbert, who's just managed to get one of the difficult reds. Carter will feel aggrieved if he does not go away with a multiple frame cushion here, having started this match in such a dominant fashion. And Stevens will feel over the moon if he can somehow nick this one. Graham Dott ahead by 15 points in the early stages of the 9th, trailing 6-2, remember. Hamilton requires multiple snookers, but he's determined to carry on. Nice shot that from Matthew. Those ones down the rail are harder than they appear. Matthew Stevens bidding for his 18th Crucible campaign. Ali Carter bidding for a 19th. A match good enough to have been on table 1. As it is,
16.
Table 3. The 42-year-old against the 44-year-old from Wales. Matthew showing his class towards the end of this session. And remember, he beat Gerard Green 6-1 and then Sam Craigie 6-1. So excellent qualification to the last round of qualifiers. Very important prize money accrued, £15,000. Ali Carter's win in the penultimate qualification round was
20.
Gao Yang. Beat the Chinese player 6-4. What a result this would be for Matthew Stevens if he can close this frame out and reduce his arrears to just one single frame.
Stevens, 20.
Up off the shot, shaking his head as he walks back. Is that mistake the difference between one frame and three? That could be a massive moment towards the end of this ninth frame. Massive. So much hard work done by the Welshman. But a mistake on the final red could cost him the frame. Jimmy Robertson and Chris Wakelin have caught up quite well despite their scoreboard issues, 4 apiece. One red left on in the frame between Dave Gilbert and Anthony Hamilton. Hamilton needs a snooker, playing on. 5-2 down. Well, he hasn't left that green, but you wouldn't have expected him to have missed that. Carter was closing in on what would have been 6-3, and the door is still ajar here for Matthew Stevens. We're going to stay with this one. Huge moments in this match between these two double World Championship finalists. Ali Carter's visits to the big one, 2008 and 2012. Matthew Stevens, 2000 and 2005. Still just one snooker to tie for Anthony Hamilton. They've got another frame to play. Gilbert leads 5-2. Clark 6-3 up on Graham Dott. Yuan Si Xuan 5-4 up on Liam Highfield. Hossein Vafai 5-4 up on Lei Pei Fan. And Rob Milkins 5-4 up against Nopon Siankam. It's coming off the knuckle there. Chris Wakelin and Jimmy Robertson 4 frames apiece. Wakelin is at the table on a break of 14. Jackson Page 6-3 up. They finished, what are we, just looking at my clock here. They finished at least an hour ago, maybe more. Oh, what a pot by Matthew Stevens. What a pot. And now 5-4 is his to claim. Thought he'd given Ali Carter the opportunity when he made a mistake on the last red, but Carter couldn't pot the green, and Stevens has found a way back in. What a fantastic comeback from Matthew Stevens. From 4-0 down, he has reduced his arrears to just one single frame. And it is game on between the former finalists. That is a superb end to the session from Matthew Stevens. So 5-4 for Ali Carter. Graham Dott against Jamie Clark. He was trying to come back into that frame, Graham Dott, but Jamie Clark holding on to a 3-frame advantage. Played really well from 1-0 down. Now this is Jimmy Robertson trying to get back in after Chris Wakelin's early visit of 20. Still, Dave Gilbert and Anthony Hamilton locked towards the end of the 8th frame. We'll stay with this just for a little bit. I'm just watching the table on the octo split. Dave Gilbert hoping to close in on a 4-frame advantage. Hamilton needed the snooker, and he had put Dave Gilbert in a difficult position, but Gilbert managed to connect with the yellow. In fact, I think we should, I know this is the last frame of the session between Jimmy and Chris Wakelin. Let's just nip over to table 2 if we may, just to see whether Anthony Hamilton can find this seemingly elusive snooker, or whether Dave Gilbert can get over the line for 6-2.
Well, the brown and black are certainly in a good position. It's just, how do you get... What's he looking at here? He's going to try and clip the yellow, cue ball into the balk area, and then down behind the black. That's maybe what he's thinking. Yeah. Oh, this looks good. Needs to just swing a little bit. What a shot he's played here. Very, very clever indeed. Look at that for a shot. Very, very good. I suppose if he had knocked the black and the brown into play, that would have been an even better shot, because it would have put a lot more pressure on Dave Gilbert here. But the fact that the brown is safe, so it takes a bit of pressure off Dave Gilbert, but he's got to hit the yellow, of course. But he's got to play it, well, he's going to play it off 1, 2, 3 cushions. I wouldn't be playing it this way. I'd like to be playing it off the top cushion, because he's definitely going to leave it should he miss it here.
Wow.
However, if he had played or tried to escape, Rob, off this top cushion, off the black cushion, gone up and down, just off one cushion, and if he misses the yellow, I mean, he's going to leave the cue ball, you know, near the green or on the ball cushion. It wouldn't have been too bad, but that way, he's always going to leave the yellow if he misses it off 3 cushions. So much more difficult to hit. And as I said, the fact that the brown is still close to the black, it's not available. So, but what Anthony Hamilton could do here is get very close to the brown and lay another good snooker behind the black. Somebody sent me a tweet there earlier. I was just reading about, you know, tactical frames and which do you prefer, quick century frames from Neil Watson or long tactical battles. And if a player makes a debut at a Crucible, is it better to play a big player like Ronnie or Judd, or a low-ranked seed, have more of a chance of reaching round 2? Well, I mean, look, I love a century break. Of course we do. We love always the big breaks, the centuries and the 147s. And I think my favourite type of frame, yeah, it is. I like the tactical battles. I like to see how clever the player are, and when it comes to situations like this. But also frames where, you know, if a fella gets a 60 break and then the opponent comes in and clears up with 61 or 62 under pressure, you know, they're great frames as well. So all frames are great. I mean, that's the one thing about snooker, is that no two frames are the same. And as much as we love the big breaks, I do like to see, you know, close frames, tactical battles, and also, you know, 2 breaks, one from each player, but one cleaning up to win on the black is quite good. I mean, we saw that tactical frame last night on the black where Ashley Hugel doubled the black to get through. That was a magnificent frame, wasn't it?
So dramatic, we could hardly take our eyes off that one.
Anthony Hamilton, 5.
So it's the best he can do is tie, unless he gets another snooker, and go for a respot.
Yeah, I think he's going to be in a bit of trouble here, Rob, though. He'll knock the brown up towards the yellow pocket and try and leave that cue ball in behind the black. So he's got a chance of a snooker with blue, pink, and then the cue ball behind the black as well. So he's got a double chance here. Could have hit it a bit more firmer, but it's okay.
By the way, Ken, what an end to the session between Matthew Stevens and Ali Carter. Ali had another opportunity to get back in. Matthew missed on the last red, and then Ali missed the final green, and Matthew came back from 4-0 down to trail only 5-4.
Yeah, brilliant. Yeah, and as I was saying, he will feel so much better than Ali Carter from 4-0 down to only trail by 1. Oh. Now that makes a big difference.
Anthony Hamilton,
Miscalled as well, of course. That will go back. You can't call a miss. You used to be able to call a miss when a player could draw level, but you can call a miss now. They've changed the rule back again. So if you're, say for example, he's 22 behind there on the brown, and he misses the brown. Before, the rule was that if you could only draw, you couldn't call a miss. So, but now they changed the rule back again. So that's how Leo Scullion could call a miss there. Yeah, I don't think the swerve was so difficult because he's over swerved it, and so I think it's a little bit more left than where it is at the moment, because he actually over swerved it and missed it on the right hand side of the brown. Oh, the second part of that tweet was players, would they prefer to play Ronnie or Judd, or would they prefer to play someone who's ranked 15 or 16 or 14? I don't know. I mean, when I had to qualify, you know, you didn't want to play the number 1 or 2 Cs like first off the bat. Like, I didn't want to, and anyhow, I wouldn't mind playing them in the second round where it's over 3 sessions, best of 25. But then you saw what Jamie Jones said yesterday when he qualified. He wanted to play Ronnie at the Crucible. I suppose it's more of a now for Jamie Jones to play Ronnie at the Crucible, just to say that he played him at the Crucible, is a story that you can tell, you know, his grandchildren in years to come. That's a different scenario. I never played Ronnie O'Sullivan at the Crucible. I played him many other times, so I'm probably glad I didn't play him at the Crucible, to be honest. Now, big shot with Dave Gilbert, yeah.
Well, he'll certainly take that. Isn't it funny as well, Ken, when you look at the great record of O'Sullivan and Higgins and Williams? Obviously, Ronnie has won, what's he on, 38 and counting, 6 Worlds, and John's on 31 or 32 perhaps, can't remember, and 4 Worlds. Isn't it funny that Ronnie was the last of the 3 to win his maiden world title?
Yeah, but also people forget about Stephen Hendry. He won 7 world titles in 10 years at the Crucible. It's a much better record than all 3 of them, you know. But people forget about how good and how dominant the likes of Hendry was, you know. And he had to play the likes of, you know, I mean, they were sort of coming into their prime, as it were, in the later 90s. But yeah. Oh, that could be it for this frame. If the brown is on into the middle pocket. So he's had a result, Dave Gilbert, there. Could have easily lost this frame, and that would have hurt him, particularly when his opponent required a snooker. There'd be no heroics with this brown, just drop it into the middle. Yeah, I mean, Hendry's record there was quite incredible. You know, he lost 2, and he lost 2 finals in those 10 years as well. So, you know, he lost 2 finals and he won 7 world championships in 10 years. Like, he had that 10-year span where he totally dominated the Crucible, and then sort of it sort of waned then a little bit, or just almost retired then after that, you know.
And almost won it again, what, 02? Did he play Ebden in 02?
Yeah, he did. No, sorry, he did. That was the second final he lost, yeah. So it was a space of 11 or 12 years that he'd... I think his last World Championship was 99, he won, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yes, he never won it in this century.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. So he won 7 from 90 to 99. Yeah. And Ebden beat him in 02. Yes. But yeah,
when you first played Ronnie and John and Mark, did you instantly know on it with each of the 3 of them? Could you tell straight away within a frame or 2 frames that you were playing 3 very, very, very special individuals?
Well, I used to practice. I used to practice with Ronnie O'Sullivan when he was 12 years of age, you know. His father used to send a taxi for me to go round his house to practice with him. So I could tell then how good he was, you know.
Just the end of this session between Chris Wakelin and Jimmy Robertson.
37 ahead. Still 43 remaining, so he still needs a good shot here to get on one of these 2 reds.
They've done well to catch up here, Ken. Just playing, 10-3. Could easily have dribbled on another hour because of the delays over the scoring issues.
But yeah, I mean, when I first saw Ronnie O'Sullivan when he was like 12 years of age, when I came to Ilford, you just knew straight away he was going to be like one of the greats, you know. He was just so good. Even he was knocking in like 147s at 12. You know?
And what about the first time you practiced or played with Willow or John?
Yeah, the first time I would have seen them was when they. Well, the first time I saw them play was in '91. That would have been at the Media World Masters. They were all playing in the underage event, the under-16 event. And then, of course, when they turned professional, I mean, I practiced with John a little bit in Stirling, and would have known how good he was. And of course, you know, when they first came on the scene, that I would have played them all. But you could tell, yeah, all three were very, very special, you know. There's certain players, even now, that you can see that just have that X factor. You can tell the way they strike the ball, you know, their makeup, their setup, how good they're going to be, you know. Some players may take a little bit longer than others, but they're still, they have that something about them, and certainly those three lads had it about them from a very, very early age.
Is there anyone that you've seen around the place on your multitude of exhibitions, or just hearing on the grapevine? Is there anyone that you're really, really excited about, who might be very young, that no one else has heard of yet?
I mean, we've already seen one of them who has won the UK Championship with the German Masters. I mean, I played Zhao Xintong when he was 13. I think he beat me in China, I think, when he was 14 or 15 or something like that in the international.
Is that the international championship?
Yeah. And he was only 14 or 15 then. So you could tell from straight away how good he was. I liked Stan Moody. I think I watched Stan Moody play a bit. He's really, really good. And Chris Wakelin has just won that frame, yeah.
So 5-4, the battle on table 5. Brendan Moore won the scoring issues. So Wakelin with a slender lead over Jimmy Robertson when they resume. Let's go back on to table 2 and the end of this marathon frame between Dave Gilbert, whose face paints a picture, and Anthony Hamilton. He ended up having to pot the blue, Anthony Hamilton, so he's continuing to grind his way on, desperate for the snooker to reduce arrears to 5-3. Dave Gilbert having to work unbelievably hard if this is going to be 6-2 with one still to play. We're staying on till 3:30, by the way, so we will get you most of the way through the next frame, assuming this one comes to an end sometime soon. Stan Moody reminds me so much of a young Sean Murphy.
Yeah.
Everything about him.
Yeah. Actually, I remember playing in the Matchroom League all those years ago. When we used to play down at Russian and Diamonds football ground, and when Max Griggs, the owner of Dr. Martens, he used to sponsor the Dr. Martens Matchroom League, and we played because he used to own Russian and Diamonds football club, so we used to play at the football club in the function room there. And of course Sean was being sponsored by Dr. Martens and Max Griggs because he was living in that area, and he was only 11 or 12 years of age at the time. And he had a wonderful cue action. You couldn't get him off the table. We were playing, you know, and he used to play a frame against, you know, Steve Davis, Stephen Hendry, whoever it might have been. But he'd be on the practice table. You couldn't get him off the table to practice, and we were playing in the tournament. He was only playing a little, sort of a little warm-up sort of frame, but he was very keen. Always a lovely cue action, and you knew he was going to be, yeah. And thankfully, that pink's gone in.
Well, Dave Gilbert is asking Leo Scullion whether that's it and they can have another frame added on to this evening, but I think they've got to play this last one, haven't they?
Oh, of course they do, yeah, absolutely. It's only 3 o'clock. They've got 2 hours. Dave is obviously, it's obviously taken a bit out of him, you know, so if Anthony Hamilton would have sort of picked up on that, if he can win this last frame.
Yep, one more to come. Despite Dave Gilbert's protestations, he'll be relieved that he's over the line, but Hamilton has made this a very, very slow affair. Almost 3 o'clock. We will bring you this last frame as Leo Scullion re-racks the balls. It's become a real grind between the two of them.
A quick question for you. From
I wasn't there, I didn't do it.
No, Brian Altman has asked, because we were talking about musical intros. I've got the Irish Rover. Milkins has got Cider Drinker, or I've got a new Combine Harvester. What would your intro music be?
I
know you like the Bee Gees and Michael Jackson and stuff like that.
I love a bit of Michael Jackson, but I would say.
What about Beat It?
I would say one of my one of my favourite songs that I've asked my wife to play at my funeral, should that be necessary, is Dario G, Sunshine. It's a brilliant dance song that reminds me of all the great days in the 90s when I was at university in Exeter, and I always used to I never needed alcohol. I used to go straight into the middle of the dance floor, throw my arms up in the air and just bounce around like a lunatic. So Dario G, Sunshine.
Dario G, Sunshine. Okay,
Anyway,
I'll have to check that out.
Brilliant brilliant dance tune from the 90s. I think they're from Crewe, actually, because I think the band's name, I think as a tribute to Dario Grady, the Crewe manager, they called themselves Dario G. I think that's true. Anyway, somebody would have to Google that. Right, we will bring you the final frame of the session between Dave Gilbert and Anthony Hamilton. In the meantime, let's hear from a man who not only has lifted the world title 4 times, he's been in 5 ranking finals this season. He's lost them all, but write him off at the Crucible at your peril. Hot Rod was speaking to John Higgins ahead of the Worlds.
Well, John, Betfred World Championship is upon us again. Just how excited are you to be heading back to the Crucible?
Yeah, really excited. I think this will be the first year since the pandemic we'll be going back there, and it'll be like full capacity for all the games. And I think the crowd will have missed it as well. So I think they'll all be going there in their droves to actually watch all their favourite players. So it should be a special tournament.
Yeah, do you think even for someone as experienced as you, the butterflies will be there a little bit, having a kind of fully normal World Championship again?
Oh, always. Any time you do go back to Crucible, I even said it even when we were playing without the crowds. I still got mental butterflies playing there. So it'll be even better this time.
Yeah, 12 months ago you spoke really honestly about it. I think in that match with Tian Peng Fei, you were saying you couldn't breathe at times, and then you talked about your fitness maybe not being good enough, and you put all the work in over the summer. And I think you were saying that although you've been like that all season, it's all been geared towards looking at the World Championship, has it?
Yeah, well, I think it has. I think I just didn't want to go back there having the same memories that I had the 12 months previous. So I think that was just the main thing that was in my mind, really, because it is a cramped space that you're actually sitting in, and as well, as I said at the time, there's like the barrier, like the glass barrier, that makes it even more cramped. So it was not a great place to be. So hopefully get back there this year and put up a better fight.
And do you think that might give you? I mean, you obviously in recent years have had a really fantastic record there, getting to the final in 17, 18, and 19. But do you think the work you've done on your fitness might give you an edge that you even didn't have back then?
You'd love to think so, really. I mean, who knows? Because I mean, during the season, you don't get to play a lot of big frame matches apart from like finals or the Tour Championship that we just played in. So you're hoping that can give you a little bit of an edge.
How mentally demanding is the World Championship? Because it's different to any other tournament, isn't it? There's so much snooker to be played. 17 days is a real marathon, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a real marathon. It really is, and it's enjoyable, but it's also it can get on top of you sometime as well, because it's just continual. At the start of the event, you've got a lot of time off, but then if you're getting through to the later stages of it, it just becomes a bit of like you play a match and then you're off, you play a match then you're off. It's like a mental sprint to play different sessions, different matches. So, but as I've always said, it's the best place that you can play your snooker.
Does it in some ways, I think longer formats in other sports, think about test match cricket for instance, when you get to the real crux moments there, the pressure is almost heightened. Is it like that at the World Championship? You might be playing for a few days, and then does it mean that when it comes to the real head at the end of the match, it's even more pressurised than a normal game of snooker?
That's a good point, Roddy. Yeah, that's maybe the reason why I've been involved in so many like massive semi-finals. But I think I know I've been involved in many good finals as well, but I think it's the semi-finals that just the drama that it provides to get to that showpiece event. And I think every semi, I think I've maybe only played in one semi-final where it's been won pretty convincingly. The rest of it has been like nearly deciding frames or like 17-15, and at the end of it you're just totally drained, but then you've got to get yourself up for another 2 days of a final. So yeah, it's a tournament like no other.
And as we say, you've obviously put so much work in off the table, and you've been really very consistent on it this season. How much of a target is that now? Maybe for the rest of your career, is that the main target, to try and go there and lift that trophy again?
Yeah, I mean, the chances are I might not ever win it again. So I should just be quite really happy and relieved and delighted, and whatever word you can use to describe it. Lucky that I've won it 4 times, which is, as I said, if somebody would have said at the start of my career I've won it 4 times, it'd be incredible. But that is something, as long as you've got a snooker cue in your hand. You even hear Jimmy White saying it every year, even he's playing, he would love to finish the year as world champion. So that's what I would probably love to do the rest of my career. And
I think we spoke about it as well. If you were to do it, it would be quite unique, because you would have won it over 4 different decades. How much would it mean to lift that trophy and have that record as well? That
could maybe be a record that might never get beaten, probably, I would say. Yeah, it's maybe just the way that obviously the different years have worked out, and what age I am and different things, but yeah, I don't think that would ever be beaten. But somebody says no chance.
And in looking at this season, you of course won that £150,000 bonus. Do you feel that the consistency is there in your game, that perhaps you need over 17 days? It's not a short sprint. You need to have that consistency in your game.
Yeah, you do. I mean, you don't have to play lights out snooker every session to actually win the World Championships. It's just if you can be solid and you can stay in there, and you can be involved in most of your matches, and then you hope your best stuff can come out during the event. That can sometimes be good enough for you to win it. So yeah, good point. If your game is consistent enough, you've got every chance going there.
And do you, that we've had so many different winners this season, do you see this as maybe one of the more open ones in recent years? I think we've had other years where there've been very few winners over the season, but I think that this year it seems that anyone in any position in the rankings has been winning tournaments.
I know we do say that, but I think it just always ends up one of the usual top players that ends up winning it. I think that is just because it is over the longer distances. If it was best of 17s every round to the final, possibly it might be different, but I think with it being still best of 25s, best of 33 semi-finals, best of 35 final, I still think it will be really one of the top boys that will prevail.
Well, we can't wait to see how it pans out. Thanks, John.
Cheers, Roddy.
Well, I love the interruption there.
Yeah.
On the walkie-talkies going off, John Higgins.
I like the way they kept it in, do you, as well?
Yeah, brilliant, wasn't it? Just one of those things. Do you know, just checking John's record, we'll obviously go straight back to table 2. It's the only table still going, despite Dave Gilbert's protestations. They do, of course, have to play the 9 frames before coming back at 5 o'clock. I'd forgotten, you know, he's a 4-time world champion.
He's lost some 4 finals, has he?
4 finals.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Because he lost to Ronnie in 2001, didn't he? Ronnie's first fight, Ronnie's first title, almost apt, I guess, that he did it against.
He lost the 3 finals in a row, didn't he?
Yes.
Judd Trump,
yes.
Selby and Williams.
Willow, yes, in 2018. And you know, the moment I thought that match was going to change was when he came back to Mark at 15 apiece. And then Mark Williams did so well to rattle off the last couple of frames. But just talking about John, it still looks like there's a little bit to go here. Anthony Hamilton trying to claw his way back for this frame.
He beat me in his first final in '98 when I was trying to defend it.
And you're the closest.
Myself and Joe Johnson.
Yep, the 2 closest first-time champions to successfully defending the title. But do you, in all seriousness, we might have a little time to talk about it here whilst we wait for the back end of this frame. Do you think that the manner in which John has lost
the 4 finals,
Northern Ireland,
English,
Northern Ireland, the English, and the Tour Championship, not so much the Champ of Champs, because Judd was comfortably ahead, but do you think the manner of those 3 defeats will scar him, or is he so strong mentally that he'll write that off?
I don't think it'll scar him at all. he'd be disappointed. There's no doubt about it, and particularly the way he lost that final to the most crushing one will be the Neil Robertson one, from 5 behind, he loses 6 in a row. I mean, that will, yes, he will be very disappointed, and people will remind him of that over the years, and that'll be one that certainly he will feel that got away. But no, he's too strong mentally. I think he's played very consistently this season. He looks in a good place. He's physically in a better place than he's ever been, and that's gonna make him feel better. Doesn't mean he's going to win the world champion, but what I would say is that when you're physically in a good place as well as mentally, then it gives you a better chance, because if you're feeling good about himself, if you're feeling good about his game, he's been very consistent this season, and he's lost a few finals, but no. The answer to your question is no. I think he's too strong mentally to let it affect him, But the questions will be answered in a few weeks at the Crucible to see how much it's affected him. And when it comes down to the crunch, did it affect them at all?
Well, I mean, what a way to answer those questions and those critics, if there are a small number of them, than by winning a 5th world title.
Yeah, I think he's got a great chance. I mean, there's only Robertson and Ronnie O'Sullivan who's probably, well, Robertson is a standout performer, but I think even John Higgins has probably played better than Ronnie this season. So it's Robertson and John Higgins are seeded, for me, would be favourites 1 and 2. And then I would put Ronnie in as a possible third favourite. And then, Judd Trump, Mark Williams, Mark Selby. We don't know what Mark Selby is going to be like. I think it's a really interesting World Championship.
Williams has bounced back well from having COVID, hasn't he? And also, isn't it a mark of just almost Judd Trump's almost been a victim of his own success? What I mean by that is, he's won the Champion of Champions, and he'd had 2 epic encounters in those finals where he'd come close. So he beat John Higgins with a fantastic performance, and then he goes and wins the inaugural Turkish Masters. So he's won 2 big titles, and yet some people are talking about it being a failure of a season, which is ludicrous.
Yeah. Well, I think by his own standards that he set, that's a good thing for Judd Trump, and he should be proud of that. So when people say, yeah, it's been a sort of a barren season for him, well, then that just shows you how well he has been playing over the last few seasons. So I wouldn't look at that as a sort of a negative. I'd look at it more of a positive if I was, in Judd Trump's corner. So, but I don't think he's reached the heights that he can possibly reach, and maybe, the World Championship is where he's gonna play his best. But I don't think he has played anywhere near where he can possibly play this season.
I wonder with Judd whether there's a case to be said that, I mean, the amount of practice he does, I mean, bearing in mind he's not married yet and he doesn't have children, if that's a route he chooses to go down. He's got no distractions on his time whatsoever, and of course he has a lot of natural talent, but he's worked so hard. That period of success that he got, he didn't just pluck those titles off a tree. He and his brother Jack, just before, when he was still living in Essex and since going back to Bristol, he's practicing hours and hours and hours every day, barely taking a day off. I think he's had Christmas Day off, and a couple of years he's taken New Year's Day off. So I wonder whether it's inevitable that there will be a dip in form, even despite the fact that he's that good. Maybe, you just can't sustain that level of dominance indefinitely.
No matter how good you are. I mean, to win 6 tournaments in a season is quite an exceptional season. So it's very hard to replicate that. And I'm not talking about wins. I'm just talking about his general standard of play. But I think he's one of those players for the big competitions, and the fact that he's already got his hands on the World Championship, that will weigh things a lot in his favour as well. That he's not still searching for that first one, and I think when it comes to the crunch, he will be thereabouts. But yeah, Well, you know, I'm sure all the boys are practicing hard. You know, Neil Robertson, Ronnie O'Sullivan, John Higgins, Mark Williams, they're all putting in the hours. They all know how tough it is and the standard that they have to keep up to, you know, to be on the winners rostrum every year. So, yeah, it's going to be a great World Championship. I'm really looking forward to it. And I don't know who's going to win it. Maybe we might have a, you know, a new name on the trophy. Who knows? Stranger things have happened.
I think the other interesting element, looking back to last year and what's happened since, that was a magnificent final between Mark Selby and Sean Murphy, and
Yeah,
Sean grew in stature. You could see that chest was puffing out, and the little turns as he went off in some of those sessions. I personally didn't have a problem with that. I don't think that was disrespectful to his opponents.
No,
I think he was just showing some exuberance, and he is a showman. But it's
Anthony.
He will be.
Anthony.
Gilbert will be desperate to finish this as quickly as possible. But it's interesting, isn't it, that neither, and I know there have been different reasons for this, neither Sean or Mark have done much at all this season. Now, I know Mark's been open about, you know, the fact that he wants to get on top of his
mental health issues.
his mental health problems. But it's unusual for two guys who've played so well in the final to have such little playing impact the following season.
Well, I think, you know, that can have a huge detrimental effect. Of course it can on your, you know, and what's happening on the table is what's happening off the table, you know, and for both players, you know. So, but they're quality players, you know, and they can't be discounted either. Like, they're proven. He's called a foul on himself, Anthony Hamilton. He's just feathered the white. Yeah, so they're proven quality. So, I mean, they're going to be in the mix. Of course they are. Mark Selby, and I mean, he's made for the World Champion. He made for the Crucible. He's won it 4 times. You know, so he's not going to be up to giving his trophy up very handily. And, you know, anybody that plays him is not going to relish the thought of playing Mark Selby over, you know, 1925, or whatever the amount of frames may be, should he get to the semi-33 and then, of course, 35 in the final. That he's such a tough player to play, and so he can't be discounted. And Murphy, if he gets on a roll, I mean, you know, the way he played last year was just magnificent, you know, really got the crowd on his side. Magnificent semi-final, wasn't it, as well?
Oh, brilliant, absolutely brilliant. And I think he was one of those players, Ken, who really, I know that everybody would have preferred to have had a crowd. He in particular, being the showman he is, he really, really missed crowds, and he found it extremely difficult to get up for it when there was an empty arena and they were playing behind closed doors.
I think you have to relish the crowds, of course, and I think a lot of the players have really sort of enjoyed, you know, the way when the crowds did come back, and particularly at the Masters. I mean, that was just the height of the season for me. You know, some of the matches and the, you know, the reception from the crowd to the players, it was just incredible. And that's what sport is all about, you know, playing in front of people and hearing the roar, hearing the clapping, and feeling the atmosphere. So yeah, we're all looking forward to having the crowds back at the Crucible this year, and I'm sure because of what the crowds have seen at the Masters and the reaction of the crowds at the Masters, that they will give the same or as best as reception as probably the players have ever got when they do come out at the Crucible this year, because they know what they have to live up to. Because they're not going to say, well, Ali Pali was so good, that they're not going to get all the plaudits. We want to show what the Crucible and what Sheffield can give to the players in the World Championship as well. So I'm sure there's going to be a raucous reception for all the players during the World Championships, no doubt about that. Oh, this is a real struggle now for both players. I think they're both feeling the physicality of this session, the mental sort of stress as well as the physical stress. They're both mentally drained here and making a lot of mistakes.
Well, if you look at the amount of time this session has taken them, I'm pretty sure Jackson Page and David Grace were the first to finish. I'm pretty sure, Ken, they finished about 1:15. That's 2 hours ago. And they played 9 frames, and these guys are edging or clutching to finish their 9th. And I agree, I think they're both tired. I mean, Gilbert knows he's going to have at least a 3-frame advantage, but he will be desperate to turn the screw on a very awkward opponent. And 7-2 would be an absolute delight from his perspective, leaving him just 3 shy of a place in the Crucible for an 8th time. Now, I've just been told we are going to come off at 3:30, regardless of whether these guys are still embroiled in the back end of their final frame of the session. And the 2 quick pots.
6.
Could Anthony Hamilton be on his way to a frame-winning clearance? Dave Gilbert cuts a rather forlorn, fatigued figure, considering that he currently leads by 4 frames and he's still up in this frame. So 1 mistake from Anthony Hamilton and Dave Gilbert would be back in and would have his hands on a 7-2. But Dave Gilbert in his chair at the moment. It's Hamilton trying to give himself a chance of 6-3.
Yeah, and even, you know, at the end of that last frame where Dave Gilbert was asking the referee, do we have to play this last frame or can we skip off? It just would tell you his state of mind. So obviously wants to get out of there as quickly as possible. Big frame this for Anthony Hamilton. I think if he loses this frame, I don't think he can come back from 7-2. Whereas the 6-3 gives him a chance there. You see Dave Gilbert, he's almost
50.
You know, he's absolutely wrecked. It's been a real slog, this match. And there's a few of those frames, Rob, in earlier part where, you know, he had a ball when his opponent needed snooker, he had a red in the middle that he could have like killed off the frame 10 or 15 minutes before it actually did. And that's what I was saying, that those frames, they catch up on you, you know.
Anthony Hamilton 50.
But he's getting a lot of help from Anthony Hamilton today.
Now, however tired he's feeling, Ken.
Yeah. Well, this is ideal, isn't it?
He's got to concentrate here.
This is an ideal situation. He's got an easy red to start. He's got a red above the black and a red in bulk. So even if he finishes low or high on the blue, it's perfect for him here.
One.
He's gone a little bit too far, but he has the pink as well. And he can play the pink for the red above the black, or he can play into bulk if he wishes. But
Hamilton looks shattered as well, Ken.
yeah.
They both are. And they're only going to have an hour and a half.
Yeah. It's a lot easier though if you've got a 7-2 lead and you only have an hour and a half than when you're 7-2 behind, which Anthony Hamilton looks like he's going to be. And of course he's a lot older than Dave Gilbert as well, and that makes a difference.
15.
32 points in the lead. So red and high value colour here.
60.
And once again, he wants to really finish the frame here, you know. Get close to this red. Make sure of the red. Don't leave it in the jaws of the pocket. Make sure you pot it. Don't try and get on the yellow. Don't want your opponent coming back and playing for snookers and delaying even more. Oh, it's gone in. He'd be relieved.
So he will indeed have half an hour. Sorry, an hour and a half. Or he feels like half an hour It's been an absolutely monstrous session between these two. Anthony Hamilton now gathering up his bits and bobs. 7-2 down. My goodness me, he's made Dave Gilbert work hard for this. But despite the fatigue and Dave's protestations at having to play the 9th frame, it's a 9th frame that he's won. So at last, they finish this session. Almost 3:30. Dave Gilbert will be breathing a sigh of relief. Anthony Hamilton has been a truly awkward opponent so far. He's not completely out of this, but it's the metaphorical mountain to climb for the 50-year-old who trails Dave Gilbert 7 frames to 2. Dave Gilbert cannot get out of there quickly enough. If you've been ducking in and out of our coverage on the World Snooker YouTube page, Facebook page, the Sportsman Facebook or YouTube pages, quick update. Li Pei Fan, really good work by him to reduce his deficit to Hossein Vafai to just a single frame. Vafai said he'll give his last drop of blood to make it, but he only has a 1-frame cushion. Matthew Stevens was 4-0 down and reduced his arrears to just a single frame in the battle of the double former finalists. Stevens making the final in 2005 and Ali Carter playing Ronnie twice in 08 and 12. Rob Milkins played ever so well, having watched Noppon Siankam rattle off 2 quick centuries at the start of their match from 2-0 down to 5-4 up. The Milkman 5 frames away from another appearance at the Crucible. Chris Wakelin and Jimmy Robertson had all sorts of problems, not with each other, but with the electronic scoreboard. They went manual, then they went back to electric, and Chris Wakelin put the plug on charge for a 5-4 lead at the halfway stage of their match. Graham Dott's the only former champion still in the draw, but he faces a 3-frame deficit. Jamie Clark so often produces his best in the Crucible qualifiers. He's 4 away from another appearance on the sport's biggest stage. Yuan Shijun, 5-4 up against Liam Highfield. He won the tactical battle in their 9th frame of the session. So the Chinese youngster with the slenderest cushion. What about Action Jackson Page, the 20-year-old, 6-3 up over David Amazing Grace. They played lightning quick snooker. That one finished over 2 hours ago. So that's how it all stands. At the halfway stage, Hossein Vafai leading by 1. Dave Gilbert is 7-2 up, not 6-2. They have finished. Ali Carter 5-4, so too Rob Milkins. Chris Wakelin 5-4, Jamie Clark the 3-frame cushion, and just 1 between Si Jun and Highfield, and Action Jackson 4 frames away from a Crucible debut. Right, we will have an hour and a half's break, and we'll see you right on the button at 5 o'clock. All roads lead to the Crucible, and the countdown clock is still ticking. See you at 5.